Hello and welcome back to another episode of Critical Reactions with your host, Bryan. We're going to wrap up this week, as we always do, with an album reaction, which is where we go through an entire album, track by track, exploring each song in isolation and it's part of the larger artwork. Today we're going to be looking at something from 2022, the debut album from Ethel Cain, titled Preacher's Daughter. We have 13 songs here, exactly 75 minutes in length. Let's dive into this first track titled Family Tree Intro and see what Ethel Cain is bringing to the table today.
These crosses all over my body remind me of who I used to be. Then Christ, forgive these bones I'm hiding. From no one successfully. Jesus can always reject his father, but he cannot escape his mother's blood. He'll scream and try to wash it off of his fingers, but he'll never escape what he's made up of.
Oh, lots of reverb right here. There's this really interesting texture on the outside of the track. Like a buzzsaw synth back there. All right. Definitely feels like an intro track right here. There's depth to the textures, but as far as the core ideas go, it's a single like percussive pattern, a single rhythmic idea. We have the bass line underneath that gives us a very light nudge towards harmonic information. We can kind of follow it through root tones, possibly, but to really get the chordal information out of it, we'll kind of chords we're looking at in our harmonic progression. We need to pair it with the vocals, hear what kind of notes they're playing, and put all this together to understand that. So we're actually getting more harmonic information out of the vocals than the bass. It's simply there just to fill the low end through the beginning of the track. And then we do have the vocal melody. And this seems to be the most important part of the song, though we'll get there in a moment. Outside of these three core instruments, we have a bunch of synthy textures. We have a buzz saw, like white noise thing going on in the background. We have this swirly idea sitting on the outsides throughout some of this. And that's about it. A simple beat, melody and harmony combined in one, and a lot of texture. And that's the track. On the simpler side, which is why I think it works really well as an intro, while also being incredibly focused. It does its one thing very well, and hopefully this will pull us into more diverse tracks. Now, this is a bit on the poppier side, and I find it interesting that while I will say half of the tracks ahead of us are in the 3 to 4 minute range, pretty typical for pop music, we also have plenty of 5, 6, 7, and even 9-minute songs on this album. I'm really curious what's going to happen with those, and I do hope that they are a bit more dynamic in the composition than this one was, though I'm still attributing this to mostly being an intro for the album. Now, as an introduction, we kind of have some of the instrumentation set, possibly. We've listened to a lot of metal albums where we kick it off with a string trio and then it's metal the rest of the way. So it's quite possible that this synthy, moody intro isn't really indicative of anything we're going to see ahead of us. We'll just have to go through the album and figure that out, but it does set a very moody tone to kick the album off. There's a lot of low-end sound in here. There's a lot of textures that are a bit on the abrasive side. The swirly element is a bit unsettling. It kind of feels like things are moving around you. The buzzsaw is very abrasive. That's the type of fuzz you would hear in, like shoegaze or noise rock. Stuff that's really designed to be a bit more abrasive to the ear. We have a really low bassy bass sound in. I don't know if it's a synth or a bass guitar, but it gives us these really low tones at the beginning of the song. And alongside all of this, we have these ethereal vocals. The melodies that they sing are very haunting, but soothing. I think that's a combination of haunting harmonic ideas and more soothing textures. Particularly the bass sounds really nice alongside the vocals, which have this nice ethereal softness to them. Those two are rather inviting. It's the textures that tend to be a bit more abrasive and push me away, but the core instruments, the two that we started the track off with, haunting but inviting. There's comfort there. And I think that about wraps up this first listen. Lots of reverb, huge drums, but simple and a focus on texture and atmosphere over all else. I did like the melody itself that the vocals gave. I thought it was cool that they shifted from what sounded like words to just ad-libbing there in the final 30 seconds or so, just to continue to add that ethereal lightness to the song through their voice without actually needing to add more to the story. Not at least the lyrical story, but we're still getting some information for that thematic story. It all comes together really well, and it's a good start to the album. I'm interested to see where we go from here. Let's hit some lyrics real quick on that, and then we'll push forward into American Teenager. All right, this seems to be an introduction to the narrator, the vocalist, a character. I don't know, we're not far enough to kind of get a perspective on that, But it's much like the music is a bit more hands-off and focusing on vibe and atmosphere, setting things up. The lyrics are also a bit vague and limited. We have a whole 12 lines here, and some of them seem to have more depth than I can dig into for them. Verse 1 says, "These crosses all over my body remind me of who I used to be. Christ, forgive these bones. I'm hiding from no one successfully." So is there a loss of faith here? Are the crosses on the body real? Or are they metaphorical, something to bear? Regardless, the crosses on the body remind the character of who they used to be. They no longer are that. So it seems that it's a remembering of a religious past, possibly. Verse 2 says, "Jesus can always reject his father, but can't escape his mother's blood. He'll scream and try to wash it off his fingers, but he'll never escape what he's made up of." I think this is interesting too. The idea that Jesus came from Mary, who's a virgin. So Jesus doesn't have a father. He's allowed to reject that because, in a sense, the only DNA he's made up of is his mom's. But he can't escape that. He says he can try all that he can. But see, here's something interesting too. It says that he can't escape his mother's blood. He'll scream and try to wash it off his fingers. Usually the idea of hands being covered in blood is someone's death. That's usually a metaphor for pain that you've inflicted on someone else. I find that to be a really interesting line there, insinuating that there is pain that Mary went through due to Jesus. And maybe that is being applied to this person as well. Maybe they feel a kinship to Jesus through that. It says, never escape what he's made of. So you can't get rid of your past, is what that is saying right there. But also, something about hurting those who made you. I think that's an interesting thing too. The final chorus says, "The fates already fucked me sideways, swinging by my neck from the family tree." That's an interesting line there too, feeling that fate dealt you a very bad hand, and that in your family tree, you're in it for sure, but you're hanging by the neck. Of course, it's a figurative family tree, but more of a feeling of a literal hanging by the neck. I think that's a very nice play on words there. It says, "He'll laugh and say, 'You know I raised you better than this,' then leave me hanging so they all can laugh at me." I assume this is the father. We've already talked about the mother in the last stanza. But basically, they feel that no one in the family helps them. They're a bit of a black sheep in the family, which I've always found that to be an interesting word, an interesting phrase, particularly for family relations. The black sheep, usually designed to shun someone, to say that they weren't part of us, really. By blood, sure, but otherwise, I don't know, they were always kind of the weird one, right? But to me, there's an element of individuality to that. Instead of conforming to their environment, they stood up for who they were. I always thought that was something that you should aspire to. I always thought especially, like from an outsider view, I think it's a nice shorthand, if a little derogatory, but I've heard parents call children the black sheep of the family, and that always felt really wrong to me. And that's kind of the vibe I get here too. There's an othering of this character. I still don't know who the he is, but given that we're talking about family trees, I'm going to assume it's a male person in the family. It says, the line too, "I raised you better than this." So probably a father, right? And then just laughing as they hang. Yeah, this is a bit of a heavy start. bit of a heavy start. I think did I go over this line? It says, Christ forgive these bones I'm hiding from no one successfully. I think that's interesting. The only thing I can think of there is skeletons in the closet, right? Hiding bones. And they say they're not doing it very well. So their mistakes of their past, the secrets they've tried to keep, are pretty much out in the open. Not because they want them there, but they just haven't been very successful at keeping them secret. And maybe that's why they were rejected. Maybe that's why the father does and says the things they do. Maybe that's the strain on the relationship. We're going to have to dig a little deeper on this one to see what's going on. I will say, though, bringing religion into it right from the start, and then in othering, there's a couple of ways I think this song can kind of point towards. And like I said, it's kind of vague. You can kind of take this in a lot of different directions. But it definitely feels like it could be a queer story right here. This is very common for a lot of people who go through this and have the development process and figure out who they are, and it's just not who the family wanted them to be. And there's this whole shunning aspect to that where they basically get kicked out of the family, or maybe even in this case, not directly kicked out or removed, not erased from all the pictures, but simply ridiculed at every step of the way, creating this antagonistic relationship between the family, or even in particularly this case, the father and the child here. Like I said, we have a heavy start. Interestingly, too, track 5 is called Family Tree. I wonder if we're going to return to the music in here, the themes, the lyrical ideas. None of the other titles seem to have any ties to each other. So that might be the only song that has any sort of connection to it. With that said, let's dive into track 2, American Teenager. Bit of an indie rock vibe here. I could see this going in a lot of directions. Drums, bass. Is that another voice over here? Little details. I love the little vocal inflections, the slides, the yodels, the vocal cracks. Adds a lot of character to the delivery. I was picturing a drum fill there, but why does this remind me of a country song from the 2000s? Very similar chord progression. Something about crying on the phone with you at night. I wish I could remember the name of that song. One tone. A little bit of numbness to this section. The water chirping. There's the drum fill. That 16th note descending line. Nice little texture there. Also, those are the same notes in Can't Stop Believing. Yeah, very feel good here. So that was a bizarre listening experience. It's a bit all over the place in a very cohesive way, which I'm always excited about because I think when things push my ability to understand and digest them, at least on a first time listen, it's that warm, fuzzy feeling of, wow, I'm listening to something a bit unique here. So much of, I'm going to give a little peek behind the curtain. So much of my analysis tends to rely on shorthand and convention. It's why if you give me a song in a style that I'm well versed in, and that follows generally musical theory, then I can have a pretty good job describing what's going on and how different ideas work in correlation with others to create specific emotions or narrative concepts musically. If you give me a pretty standard 4-chord series of 4 sad chords, I'll be like, oh yeah, that's that. If you just give me 4 random chords or 4 chords that don't follow typical functional harmony theory, I'm going to be a bit lost on it. Because now I'm really having to work off of no foundation. It'd be like, I speak American English, at least. There's a lot of variations of English around the world, and there's just as many, or actually probably more, dialects and accents and stuff. So as long as it's generally English, I'm going to generally get at least what's being said. But when you give me something avant-garde or experimental or something that completely chucks theory out the window, I'm basically trying to translate another language into English through context clues. And that's the difficulty right there. And so I think there's always something really fun about this, which is kind of in the middle. It isn't completely simple to digest and understand and interpret because it is doing a lot of interesting different things, but it does follow, generally speaking, theory. And so I do get a lot of this, but it's in fresh ways and it makes my brain work in different ways. That's something akin to the way that I think about music that abandons theory entirely while still having that foundation. I still have the definitions for these words to rely on. I love stuff that walks right down the middle like this. And so you might be wondering, Bryan, this just sounded like a pretty standard pop song here. What makes you think it was interesting? where I thought the song was going was consistently undercut. And it borrowed influences from so many different places. To kick it off, you have a fairly straightforward indie rock guitar tone, and I'd even say that the riff itself, the following of the chord, pretty standard indie rock. The sound of the instrument, the compression, the texture on it, sounds like a mid-fi bedroom recorded indie rock guitar opening. I could have heard this in any number of albums from indie rock bands. And we kind of get a little bit of an indie pop rock thing going on in the opening verse, but the vocals are very traditional pop coded. But there's also these really cool inflections that I spoke about in the vocals, the vocal cracks, the little yodels, the runs. This stuff doesn't really fit cleanly into especially modern pop. And it wasn't until we hit the chorus when everything really clicked with me. This is country music. Now, granted, pop country of like the late 90s, early 2000s, stuff that evolved from there. But I grew up listening to hundreds of songs on country radio stations that kind of sounded like this chorus. Also, one of those songs that I mentioned in here is actually, I don't know if you would classify it as country. I looked it up. It's Adele. The song's called Need You Now. I've never known Adele to sing country, but that song has always been very country coded to me. It's got the bends, it's got the slides, guitar, it's acoustic. That's always been a country song to me. So anyways, we have this pop country thing going on here in the middle. Not like modern pop country, everything that's come out post 2012-ish or so. I think that is a very different brand than late 90s, early 2000s pop country. But it has all of the components here. We have the very relatable chord progression. It's right there on the surface. This is a bit drearier, a bit more melancholic. You can't miss that part. The acoustic guitars and the vocal bends and slides. Very poppy, very digestible, but has that bluesy undercut to it. But then the chorus is actually kind of electronic. It took me a second to key into this because the surface of it is like, oh, this is a country track, but it's not. There's a lot of synths. There's a lot of production going on in here. It's as if someone made an old school country song with synthesizers. The acoustic guitar might be real and also might not be. That could also be a digital instrument. But as the song goes on, there's even more and more effects and layers put on, and by the halfway point, it is it is undeniably a pop song. It's an electronic track. There's so many digital instruments and sounds and textures and little ideas, just something that shows up in the corner for 10 seconds of a song you never hear again. This is the cornerstone to electronic music where you basically have an infinite amount of instruments. You don't really ever need to reuse any. Between samples and modular synthesizers, you can make specific sounds or get specific sounds for specific moments of your song and then discard them for something else. It is a wild level of open and freedom that electronic composers have. And you hear that all throughout this track. So many sounds played for a little bit, they don't come back. And they're there just to kind of boost a specific texture or flavor or emotion in a moment. Maybe the song's feeling a little too dreary, so for 10 seconds, we're going to have this little idea over here in the corner that's going to have a bright tone to it. Maybe harmonically it matches, but it does increase the brightness of the sound. And it's off in the corner and a bit quiet. It's loud enough to affect the emotion of the song, the atmosphere of the song, without really being something that your ear is going to focus on. You really have to go looking for it. And one of these ideas that popped up was a synthesizer playing those repeated descending four notes from, I think, Can't Stop Believing. And I have no idea how that fits in here. And the song just ends in a place that I'm like, yeah, okay, there's still a lot of this pop country vibe in here, but I don't know that I can call it a country song. And we started on indie rock. How did we even get here? And it's just this, but it all fits. That's the thing that blows my mind. These all are disparate ideas. They're very separated. And yet here we are. And something about it all feels like it fits. I'm going to wager it's something about the post-production. Much like in visual media, compositing images from green screens or effects or whatever, and then using color grading to ensure that they all kind of fit within the right color palette of everything and the lighting of everything, and it looks like they're supposed to be, they might even have been filmed all at one time. The production, I think, is doing the color grading work on this to ensure that everything generally fits the right vibe and flavor of sounds and timbres in order to work well together, despite having so many different influences and so many different instruments across this track. And it's one of those things, man. It's just magic. Is magic. Dang, that was just one big analysis segment. I don't know that I have much else to say about this one. Emotion, maybe we can go through. There is a general bluesiness to this, a poppier bluesiness, but still one of the more melancholic sounds. But I don't think that the song overall is melancholic. There's something larger about the chorus. Maybe it's a type of strength. Maybe it's a standing up to something. Maybe it's just carrying this weight on your shoulders and taking that step forward. Not necessarily something positive, but not allowing it to weigh you down. Still progressing. But I didn't really feel like there was a lot of, well, other than when the Journey synthesizer came in at the end, that felt a bit more powerful. Something about it just perked me up. Maybe it's just thinking of Can't Stop or Don't Stop Believing. That song is great. It puts a smile on your face. Regardless, I do feel that the ending felt lighter than everything else while still retaining the pretty much same chord progression we had for the entire song. And I think that's an interesting element of this too, is that there is a general growth to this track. It does evolve over time, but it also doesn't lose that core. Much like track one, but sits at the bottom of the song, the foundation, the emotion, the chord progression, those don't really change much. This is a song that's kind of hyper-focused on one idea, but by adding new layers that can provide new perspective or new spices to the emotion, it can actually change the way the song feels over time without actually altering anything at the heart, the blueprint of the song. So that's kind of interesting. Dude, this song, and for this to come after the pretty, straightforward, like moody pop start, all electronic, all texture based, no melodies really to, memorable melodies. And then for this one, for me to be able to talk about specific instrumental ideas, I mean, it's a big change. Let me hit some lyrics. Oh God, we're already 30 minutes into this. 2 songs down. I think this is going to be a long one. Let me hit some lyrics on American Teenager and see what's going up there. All right, this one's a little more all over the place. It seems to want to cover a bunch of topics that I can see are related, but I'm just having a tough time tying the thread between all of it. There's a feeling of not being enough or not doing enough, or just being overwhelmed maybe by everything. Verse 1 says, I'm putting too much faith in make-believe. Sorry. The community puts too much faith in make-believe, and they look after another high school football team. So there's this, I believe that the faith in make-believe, bringing up the idea of faith, is probably religion, that this is a very religious community. Also, another high school football team is another one of their priorities. So the local football team and religion are really big in this community. It says, my neighbor's brother came home in a box, but he wanted to go, so maybe it was his fault. Another red heart taken by the American dream. I presume that this is the person was killed in the military. He came home in a box, but she says he wanted to go. So maybe it was his fault? I'm kind of curious about that line. I'd like to know what this whole thing's about. If it's the narrator's perspective, or if this is something that the community is saying. I don't know. But the last part is definitely somber. Another red heart taken by the American dream. There's anger at this American dream that we can do whatever we want if we just put our heart into it. We go for it 100%. But then let's go to the verse 2. It says, on Sunday morning, hands over my knees in a room full of faces. I'm sorry if I seemed off. I was probably wasted and it didn't feel so good. A life full of whiskey, but I always deliver. So this person is constantly drunk, or at least drinking enough that it affects their life, but it doesn't always. It says I always deliver. It says no matter how wasted I get, I still show up where I need to be. I still get the job done. Maybe it could be better, but this is how I cope in my off time. That's what I get out of it. And then there's interesting, Jesus, if you're listening, let me handle my liquor. And if you're there, why do I feel alone in this room with you? So there's a lack of connection spiritually going on, but also a request to help them with their alcoholism for it not to affect their life. I think that's an interesting thing right there. Drinking is pretty big in small towns. It's also pretty big in highly religious areas as well. And I'm kind of curious. Well, I guess we'll get into that later, I suppose. Well, okay, let's get into it now then. I wonder how old this character is. The song is American Teenager. Is this autobiographical? Is this just a narrator speaking here, a character? I mean, as a teenager, already a life full of whiskey. I mean, that's tragedy right there. But sometimes in small towns, there's just nothing else to do. Going down to the bar, having a couple beers or some whiskey, getting drunk. It's the only thing you can do in these small towns. And presuming that this character is the same one from the previous one, which I don't know if that's true yet. In fact, it just crossed my mind, is this a concept album? Usually that only hits me when we're doing prog music. I don't know what it is about prog. I'm just like, hey, is this a concept album? I didn't even think about it here, but it might be. If it is, though, this person's life isn't that great. Turning to drinking is something they're going to see a lot in their community. It's going to be a response that they see in their environment that they're going to internalize. Like I said, there's not much else to do in these small towns anyways. And this does sound like a small town to me. Religion and football, especially the local high school football. I've been there, dude. It's interesting how much of this I'm kind of seeing that I can relate to. And then we have the pre-chorus. I feel it there in the middle of the night when the lights go out, but I'm still standing here. And in another pre-chorus says when the lights go out, I'm all alone again. And this feeling of at night, just kind of being by yourself and realizing that it's not just right now, that you're kind of by yourself all of the time. Again, pulling from the first track, this is a person who's on their own even within their family, assuming this is all connected. And so that loneliness just really creeping into every part of your life and really feeling it. So, small town blues. That's what I get from the verses. The chorus goes in a very different direction, though. It hyper focuses on something specific. It says, say what you want, but say it like you mean it with your fists for once. A long Cold War with your kids at the front. I really like that because, once again, I can relate to this. A Cold War in the family. No acts of war are thrown. There's no physical violence going on here, but there is a lot of distrust, anxiety, and stress going on because you don't know what's going to happen when. You're always on your toes. You're walking on eggshells all of the time. And the chorus just says, say what you want. Say it with your fists if you need to. That's going to be better than this dynamic that we've had for this entirety of what, as far as I can remember. You've put me, the kid, at the forefront of this Cold War in the family. It says just give it one more day and then you're done. I do what I want, crying in the bleachers, and I said it was fun. I don't need anything from anyone. It's just not my year. So, not my year, just one bad thing after another. This year just wasn't a good one for me. Next one will be better, but this has just been tragedy after tragedy, heartache after heartache. I really like this next line though, but I'm all good out here. The feeling that everything is bad constantly, but you're dealing. So you're fine, but you're not. And the opening of this chorus is say what you want, but say it like you mean it. And here we have someone retreating behind a mask of fineness. It's what they say to get by, possibly, but they're hurting on the inside. This whole song is look how alone I am. Look how much I'm hurting. And I say, I'm all good though. I find that interesting. Yeah. All right, moving on. All right, moving into one of our longer tracks, we're going to be looking at A House in Nebraska. It's just under 8 minutes long. Let's dive in. I thought we were just going to get that first note for a while. We did, for sure, but there's movement to this. It's just a slow tempo so far.
Labored breaths and bed sores, sing it to me all day long. Sound of silence used to be your favorite song. You and me against the world. You were my man and I your girl. We had nothing except each other. You were my whole world. And the day came. You were up and gone. And I still call home that house in Nebraska. Where we found each other on a dirty mattress on the second floor.
Having all of this reverb on the vocals really shows how big this space is and how little space the vocals take up.
Save you and I
It creates a sound that, while filling up a lot of space, ends up feeling very isolating.
Mama calls me sometimes to see if I'm doing well, and I lie to her and say that I'm doing fine, when really I'd kill myself to hold you one more time. And it hurts to miss you, but it's worse to know that I'm the reason you won't come home. But I still call home that house in Nebraska.
It's interesting too, as the song goes on, there's more and more of her vocals in it. More layers, more reverb. It feels like there's more presence, but it's still just the vocalist. They're still by themselves in a sense. Hearing a solo vocal again, it's interesting. It cuts through, despite being smaller.
I'm
interesting how distant the bass drum sounds. It's just a low thud on the outskirts of the song. Yeah, not a lot to bring up on this one, probably just a single analysis moment here. This is a slow burn, and its job is to evoke sadness and isolation, loneliness. It's to make the listener feel that type of weight on them. The entire song is, much like the other two, a lot of vocals on top of an atmosphere. The instrumentation is a bit more minimal, especially compared to track 2. This feels like some of that heavy minimalism we saw in track 1. Just a handful of instruments doing pretty much the same thing from the first bar they're introduced to the final bar that they play. And there are a lot of vocals on this. Now, a lot of the sounds that we get here are heavier, darker, wider. They're all very bassy and large. Not large in volume though, large in width. They take up a lot of space in the song. There's usually a lot of reverb at play here. Even the bass kick, which kind of has a loud punchiness to it, generally doesn't get that treatment here. It's sort of a muffled thud, almost as if you're hearing it from the room over. The vocals themselves are isolated with a lot of reverb on them. They're filling the space. The song doesn't sound empty, but it does sound devoid of anything else. Eventually, we do get more vocals in here, but it's just a way of crafting this feeling of being alone by yourself. Having all these voices bouncing around, you can certainly have a conversation with yourself, but it doesn't mean that you have found company. And I think that resonates pretty strongly with this track, especially when the solo vocal, when we get rid of all the layers, we just focus on the one vocal again, that really cuts through. And I think that was a phenomenal effect right there. But something that I really like about having all of these low, wide, large sounds is the feeling of a deafening silence. I think that is conveyed rather well through the music. And honestly, as much as I've talked about how much the vocal element is super present and the main element of this track, there's also the bluesy guitar solo at the end that I really enjoy. It's not often that you get something pop adjacent with an instrumental break in it. And I thought that was really well done. That fit the mood and the vibe of the song while also being quite authentic to its inspiration. It was a pretty solid blues guitar track solo there. Not very technical, but certainly expressive and emotive, which is honestly what blues is all about anyways. So very cool track. Definitely took its time getting to the end, but I think it really hones in on the atmosphere the song is going for, and sitting within it for such a large amount of time really tells that story well. Let's see what the lyrics are for this one though. All right, this is not only just a more straightforward track of lost love, but the very end of the song is, I feel so alone. I feel so alone out here. I feel so alone without you. I feel so alone without you here with me. It's just, if you haven't figured it out in the first 6 minutes, it's like, let's hammer it home. No one's walking out of this song without directly knowing what it's about. And so part of this song is reminiscing of old times. Labored breaths, you can sing to me all day long. The aching sound of silence used to be our favorite song. It was you and me against the world. You were my man and I was your girl. But then one day you were just gone. And that takes us to the other half of the song, which is this feeling of nostalgia and looking back on things, and I guess nostalgia is not the right word, but wanting the past again, right? It's this feeling that things were good there, things are not good now. I want to go back to the past. The chorus says, I still call home that house in Nebraska where we found each other on a dirty mattress on the second floor, where the world was empty except you and I. You came and I laughed and you left and I cried and you told me there, even if we died that night, that I'd die yours. And just remembering the intimate moments with this other person, but they're just not here anymore. Verse 2, though, introduces a little bit of truth here. It says, it's worse to know that I'm the reason you won't come home. And it doesn't go into anything beyond that. The chorus, once again, I'd do anything for you to be here. And the verse 3 is, I remember photographs that we had the first time we met in all of this. Just, once again, wanting that part of the past to come back. And that's the whole song. It's a song about being alone and missing someone who's gone because of something you did. And the interesting thing here is I'm kind of curious if they actually did anything. Well, I think, what do I mean? What's a better way of saying this? Just because someone chooses to make an action based on something you do doesn't mean that you caused the action. Does that make sense? I'm going to take this in a really heavy direction. I don't think this has anything to do with this track, but in domestic abuse cases, when someone says, look what you made me do, why did you make me hit you, that kind of thing, they still have an intent of guilt. For whatever reason, the abuser feels that they were forced to do this, that it was because something the other person did that made them act this way. Now, what the other person did might just have been a normal thing. Probably was just a normal thing in most domestic abuse cases. And that's kind of what I'm focusing on here. What if it wasn't anything egregious? What if it really wasn't anything at all? It just felt offensive to this other person. Because the thing is, what I've seen so far in just these 3 tracks, assuming we're talking about the same individual across all 3 of them, is someone who's had a bit of a rough life and is very sensitive and very kind and very caring and very emotionally open. Doesn't really seem to be the kind of person who would do something so bad to someone they love that would make them not just break up, but leave town. That is a nuclear option. So, I don't know. That's kind of sitting in my head right here, too. It's just something I'm thinking about with this track. But let's keep going. We have another longer one here, 6 minute, followed by a 7, then a 5, then a 9, then a... Dude, okay, so I said it was kind of even with short to long ones, and it kind of isn't. Everything's pretty long for a pop track. So, track 4, Western Nights. Let's kick it.
He's never looked more beautiful on his Harley in the parking lot, breaking into the ATMs, sleeping naked when it gets too hot. I watched him show his love through shades of black and blue, starting fights at the bar across the street, like you do.
The syncopation on Like You Do.
Neighbors beat on the walls while I'm face first in the bed. Show me how much I mean to you while I'm lying in these sheets undressed. I'd hold the gun if you asked me to, but if you love me like you say you do, would you ask me to? Trouble's always gonna find you, baby, but so will I. Crying only because I'm happy. Hold me across every state line. I'm never gonna leave you, baby, even if you lose what's left of your mind. 'Cause you know I'll be right there beside you, riding through all these western nights. I haven't spoken to my daddy in a long, long time. I don't want him to worry, always wondering if I'm alright. But the neighborhood keeps getting smaller and smaller. All starved out when the money's paper thin.
I like the syncopation on that.
All that's left are your walls, and you'll die there.
There's also a sound of wind or waves possibly in the background. I'm liking that as a texture.
Trouble's always gonna find you, baby, but so will I. Crying only because I'm happy. Hold me across every state line. I'm never gonna leave you, baby.
Oh, there's some interesting microtonality in here. It sounds like very subtle and lengthy pitch shifting.
Through these western nights, crying in the light of the TV static, I'll still be alright. Clinging on to you like some love blind addict, I'll be screaming your name past the gas stations, trailing down the interstate. Please don't love how I need you, and know that one day you and I could be okay.
All right. I want to take a break here particularly because the next song is over 7 minutes long, but also because I'm starting to understand what this album's going for. It is pop country, but it's also moody. It's kind of gothic in a lot of ways. There's a hyper focus on slower, heavier, weightier, gloomier, moodier, melodramatic atmospheres. We don't really see too much of that on track 2, which I thought moved towards a more pop-oriented direction with a lot of layers, but we haven't seen that since. 3 and 4 are both very focused on long, drawn-out explorations of atmosphere and story. There's a lot of vocals, not a lot of music. It definitely takes a more minimalistic approach to songwriting and figures, well, if the vocals are lead melody and their lead storytelling, what else is there to do? And that's really set the mood. And so they get the secondary components of what's this song supposed to be about? Isolation? What do we need for that? And as it's almost as if there's a goal of what's the least amount of things we can do to capture that vibe perfectly. And I kind of get more of that here. This is also another lonely, well, maybe not lonely, but certainly isolated, moody, gloomy track. We have a chord progression. We got those 4 chords, although at a time we eventually just shifted to 2 back to back. And there are some little piano lines sprinkled throughout, nice ornamental ideas. And that's kind of about it. We do get a larger synth that kind of holds some notes out, more reverb, and then the white noise that sounds like wind or waves crashing behind it. It's all foundation though. Oh, and ornamentation. We do get a little bit of ornamentation from the piano. The vocals carry everything else though. And so I don't really have much to add to this one that I didn't already bring up in the last track. So I did want to bring up this one thing that I've kind of picked up about the album though. The vocals. The vocals are rather consistently across the 4 songs we've checked out, low energy vocals. That's not to say that they're bad in any way, but that the goal of the vocals is to portray a small amount of energy. They're usually a bit lighter, a bit thinner, more narrow of a sound. They're not large, they're not booming, they're not projected, there's not strength behind it. It's very light, controlled, timid even at times. Now, I don't listen to a lot of pop music, but I have heard a few artists who do stuff like this, but the first one that pops into my head for recent times is Billie Eilish. But I don't know if I'd compare this directly to Billie's approach, but it definitely reminds me of that. It's supposed to feel smaller and more timid against these really large atmospheres. And I think that paints a really interesting picture because there's a bolstering of image through that I don't know if is intentional, but it's certainly a read I'm getting off of it, where the vocals themselves, if you just took the dry original recording, maybe put some EQ on it just to bump it up, make it sound nice, but no reverb, no extra layers, none of that stuff. It's honestly going to sound really tiny. But when you put all the extra layers on, when you do, the 3 backing tracks, when you put that reverb on to give it space, when you bump the volume up and compress it down a little bit to give it that crunch, that bite, that presence, now it's actually a really big part of the song. It dominates everything else despite the lack of volume necessary to deliver it in the recording booth. Now, one thing I also don't want to get conflated here is just because I say that it's light doesn't mean that it isn't supported. There is still some really strong breath support going on here, and there's a lot of control, particularly when you listen to the more dexterous elements of it. This isn't something of somebody just lazily phoning it in. It just kind of comes off as low energy, well, actually, I guess that would not be low energy, but low effort. This is high effort, low energy. It's a very deliberate choice that requires still a razor focus on delivering a specific style of vocals. But I do think it's really interesting, the division here of what's being recorded and what's being presented. The small timidness versus the larger than life, reverberary, multi-layered, always in the spotlight, louder than everything else in the mix type of vocals. Part of it is probably just that's pop music. The vocals have to be present. They have to be the most in the spotlight, but I also think it's interesting, this division. A lot of these lyrics are a bit more on the timid side. They are very vulnerable. And I think bringing this lightness to the vocals lines up with that really well, but it is presented in a way that's very large. And sometimes that can work, particularly on track 3. The reverberations feel like being alone in a cavern, and that element presenting how large the sound sphere is versus the isolation of one vocalist works really well at creating this feeling of loneliness. But if that's not going to be persistent throughout, then we just have this concept of the mask, of being timid, but presenting it as larger than anything else. And like I said, I'm curious if that's intentional or if that's simply pop production coming through here and I'm just reading too far into it. Regardless, another solid slow burn right here. I think it does a great job at building atmosphere, but it's minimal. And I don't always have a lot to say about minimal music because there's, by definition, not a lot there to dig into. So let's hit some lyrics on this one. And we have another relationship song here. This one, it's kind of weird I brought this up, about domestic abuse. Now we have somebody who's a bit of a troublemaker. The very first stanza, he's never looked more beautiful while he's breaking into the ATMs. Okay. So we got a little bit of a bad boy here. He also drives a Harley. It says, I watched him show his love through shades of black and blue, starting fights at the bar across the street like you do. So he likes to get in fights. Real big physicality to his whole thing, but also it says that he shows his love through black and blue, which makes me think that there's physical violence against the narrator here. There also seems to be only a physical kind of love in this relationship. It says, show me how much I mean to you while I'm lying in these sheets undressed. So there might not be a real love. It's just what the narrator can be for him. Now the pre-chorus shows that our narrator kind of gets this. She says, I'd hold the gun if you asked me to, but if you love me like you say what you do, would you even ask me to do that? I'd put my life on the line, right? I'd do illegal things for you. But if you really loved me, would you even ask me to do that? And I think that coming across the narrator's mind at all shows that there's some understanding of this imbalance in this relationship. Verse 2 says, I haven't spoken to my daddy in a long while. I don't want him to worry, always wondering if I'm all right. This makes me wonder if we are following the same character throughout all of these, because I don't see the dad from track 1 really caring too much. Maybe that's just me. But he says that, or she says, when we're starved out of the money, when it's all paper thin, says all that's left are your walls and you'll die there. No one's getting in. So she realizes that this person is very walled off. Just a concrete wall around their mind, around their heart. They're only in it for them. Nobody gets to be emotionally connected to them. And that's the 2 verses. I'd do anything for you, and I realize you wouldn't do everything for me. The chorus just kind of looks at what life is like real quick. It says, trouble's always going to find you, but so will I. Crying, Sorry. Crying only because I'm happy. Hold me across every state line. I'm never gonna leave you, baby, even if you lose what's left of your mind, 'cause you know I'll be right there beside you, riding through all these western nights. So despite the thoughts that flicker through her mind, maybe he's not the best kind of guy. Despite the bruises that he gives her, she's still right there for him every single time. It's just not a great relationship. There's nothing healthy about it. I find that interesting to be in a song like this, as melancholic and moody as it is, because, well, maybe that's the division there. Coming from the narrator's perspective, it is like 70% positive. There's these little moments where like, I don't know, man. Do you really love me that way? But every other part of the song is like, I'm going to be with you every step of the way anyways, because we're just made for each other. It's perfect. So I don't know. I don't get that from the music. The music is very melancholic, which might just be an external way of showcasing how this isn't healthy. There's nothing positive here. The music is representing the reality, while the vocals represent the way that the narrator perceives things, which is not entirely accurate. But love's a funny thing, and it blinds you to little things like red flags. After all, love is very fond of rose-tinted glasses. It's kind of hard to see the red flags when everything just looks red. So, moving on, we get to return to Family Tree here. I've been interested about this since we finished the first track up. Let's dive in, see what's going on here.
These crosses all over my body remind me of who I used to be.
This is very reminiscent. I think the lyrics are the same so far.
Give myself up to him an offering.
No, that line was new though. So it's an exploration, an adaptation.
Out of me. I'm just a child, but I'm not above violence. My mama raised me better than that. When the preacher talks, that man demands his silence. And Daddy said shoot first and run and don't look back. So take me down to the river and bathe me clean. Put me on the back of your white horse to ride.
The upright bells are a fantastic addition to this track. They could be upright. They could also be handbells with a lot of reverb though. It's kind of hard to tell with so much processing and effects across this whole album. Yeah, I'm digging this instrumental break. Bit of a different vocal delivery here. I've dropped about a half an octave from any other song. It feels very weary. It's kind of beaten down in a way that the other songs haven't.
So take me down to the
This is about the range I expect the vocals to be in. Theremin out to the sides?
forgive these bones I've been hiding.
Interesting. An evolution of that line.
The bones I'm about to leave. Yeah, take me down to
Ah, dude, those subtle bends. Multiple guitar lines going on underneath this. How did this one get pulled off? Dude, it's interesting when things start to click and you're like, I just think to myself, there's no way. How did you come up with something like this? So what had me smiling there at the end was sort of a realization that it's kind of a post-rocky element to a lot of this, but particularly this song. I think because it does bring in the rock part of things, it isn't just a slow burn, it's a slow burn in rock, a hyper focus on atmosphere using rock instrumentation primarily, and using the emotional atmosphere that you build to drive home a story that the lyrics can tell within that framing. we have yet another song that, while having a verse chorus structure, is very isolated, very singular. It does its thing throughout the entire song. It is another sort of gothy, gloomy track that focuses on simple writing for the most part. We'll get to there because this is cool. But simple lines layered on top of each other that will eventually create something a little more complex in this case, which is different from tracks 3 and 4, while also being based on the blueprint of a previous track and looking at expansions and recontextualizations of the harmony, the melody, the lyrics from that song in this case, while also presenting a blues concept to it with multi-layered guitar work, primarily working as counterpoint to individual counterpoint ideas to the lead vocals at one point in time, and also landing the song in the final minute and a half or so in a sort of Alice in Chains grunge area. How do we have indie post-rock grunge blues? And why does it work? I might take a break here before reading the lyrics to dive into what Ethel Cain is. I don't know if it is an artist. I don't know if it is a band. I don't know what this album, a little bit of background to the album, personnel list here, who's playing what. There's certainly a lot of synth. There is a vocalist that is, same vocalist on all 5 tracks so far. And guitars. Guitars are very present on this, as is a bass. Drums are present. I mean, aside from the last 2 tracks, 3 and 4, the rock band has been a part of every song. So, I'm kind of curious to see where all this lands and how this is being built up, because I honestly don't know. Is it poppy? Yeah. Is it rocky? Yeah. Is it soft rock, indie rock, blues rock, grunge rock? A little bit of hard rock licks we saw in track 2? Is it pop rock from the 80s? Yeah, dude, it's all of it. Like, and the thing is, too, is I'm more well-versed in rock to be able to see all of these subgenres being reflected here, but maybe even within the realm of pop and electronic, there might even be a lot of influences there that I just, I don't know the subgenres as well to pick them out. It is something that for 5 songs now is ultra cohesive. Track 2, I think, stands out as the most varied song in this, first third of the album. But despite having a lot of influences and very clear, distinct styles across these tracks, they're all very cohesive. They work together. This is a solid opening third of an album. Sets the tone for everything. Bit varied, but ultimately cohesive. I mean, that's solid right there. Now, post-rock. Post-rock needs to build into something. This is kind of the thing that makes tracks 3 and 4 a little less post-rocky for me. Technically, I suppose post-rock can just be a vibe. But to me, it's about the build-up. Whether you're doing a stepwise build-up of every 8 bars you add a new layer, or if you're just building an emotion up over time, not necessarily using a building block process, but just changing different parts of the song, increasing intensity not through new ideas, but by recontextualizing ideas or reframing ideas or expanding on ideas. The goal is generally to reach an emotional climax. And that's exactly what we got here in Family Tree, an emotional climax. Almost 5 minutes of, honestly, a little rockier form of what we had just seen in the previous 2 tracks. Hyper-focus on gloomy, moody atmosphere, light vocals, really focusing on a bassier side of music and lots of reverb. But we build it into something. the first thing that we actually hear that caught me off guard was like a minute and a half or two in. We had this very cool thing with these textured guitars on the outside, and then a solo blues guitar on the inside. Now these were more compressed, more kind of white noise texture work, but they did have licks to them. They were harmonized licks, if I remember correctly, but still, they're not just making noise. They have a riff. They have a melodic quality, and then the solo in the center. And I thought this was cool simply because instrumentals have mostly been used at the ends of tracks to wrap things up on this album. And here it kicks the song off. It's the beginning of how we start building things. Very cool idea. Towards the end of the song, though, within, I don't know, like a minute and a half to go, we had two blues guitar solos going off simultaneously with two distinct timbres. You could not confuse these instruments. They sounded very different. They're kind of under the weight of everything, though. And I'll be honest, even looking for them, they kind of phase in and out of focus. They often get swallowed up by the rest of the instrumentation, and then they kind of emerge from that, and you might get like 4 or 5 beats before they kind of get swept back up into everything. I wish it was a bit more prevalent, simply because it is counterpoint. I'm a huge fan of counterpoint, and I thought it was a very cool moment. Thematically, it's awesome, but from a musical standpoint, I would have loved it because it's also paired with the vocals that are providing us a melody on top of everything, and they don't have the problem of being swept into the mix. They're the vocals. They get to be heard all the time. So we do have three-way counterpoint going on here, and I thought that was very cool. For the times when I can hear all three together, great, I was going to say trinergy, as if triangle or tri-synergy, you could just smash that into a word. It's phenomenal. I love the way all this works together with this big atmosphere. It's kind of brooding at this point. It's definitely melancholic. It feels heavy and weighty. It's this peak. We finally added everything, and it came out of this explosion too. And it just, it's cathartic, but it's heartbreaking simultaneously. And it's probably my favorite part of this album so far. I don't know that I have a favorite song yet, but I think that's one of the top moments on the album that I've heard so far. And yeah, layering, strong writing, good build-up, excellent execution, just phenomenal. Let me hit some lyrics on this one. We'll keep moving. All right. I looked a little bit into Ethel Cain. It's not a band. It's a single artist. Given that it is pop adjacent, I don't know if I should read the lack of personnel lists as a bunch of people worked on it or Ethel Cain does everything. So, yeah, y'all will have to let me know, fans of this artist. If you know how this works, let me know. I mean, I suppose at the end of the day, with how many effects are on some of these instruments, maybe it's all digital anyways. I don't know. I did see, though, that they're from a small Florida town, and maybe that's why I see so much of myself in these lyrics. This is definitely a wild, well, at least in the lyrics up till the first 3 tracks, maybe. I don't see much of myself in track 4, and I certainly don't see a lot of myself here in track 5. This is a concept album. I did read that as well. But I'm kind of having a tough time seeing how all of this fits together. The person in this song does not seem to be the person in the past songs. So maybe they've just changed off screen in a way of, in a manner of speaking. We kick it off with some familiar lines. These crosses all over my body remind me of who I used to be. Now it says, giving myself up to him in offering, let him make a woman out of me. I think this is interesting because the idea of giving yourself up to him while talking about crosses would be a religious element. giving yourself to God. But then the idea of to let him make a woman out of me sounds like it is not. It's about a man, just a regular old man. But the idea of giving up as an offering almost makes it sound as if it's not something that our protagonist wants. And this kind of lines up a little bit later. It says, I'm just a child, but I'm not above violence. My mama raised me better than that. And I really like this idea. I mean, it's heartbreaking. I think it's talking about perpetual generational uh, domestic abuse here. But that at one point in time, she saw her mother defend herself against presumably her husband. That violence is sometimes the answer when it needs to be. It says, I'm not above violence. My mama raised me better than that. And she goes on to say that my daddy said to shoot first, then run and don't look back. So violence is a strong element of her upbringing. Verse 2 says, I've killed before and I'll kill again. Take the noose off and wrap it tight around my hand. They say heaven hath no fury like a woman scorned, and baby, hell don't scare me. I've been many times before. So she's just kind of presenting herself as a real hardened person right here. I'm violent, I've killed people, I've seen things, nothing scares me anymore. Very, very different picture that I'm getting here than anywhere else in this album. Something drastic has changed between tracks 3, 4, and now 5. What I think is interesting is that I attributed the vocals, sort of the timidness to that, with the timid, less sure of themselves actions within the stories of these songs, but you can't really correlate those two on this. I don't know. I'm a little lost on this one. The bridge leans into this even harder, going back to the idea of the crosses remind me of who I used to be, and we're going back to the idea of bones and hiding them. Except in the last time we saw this track 1, she said the bones that I've done a poor job of hiding. Here though, she says, forgive these bones I've been hiding and the bones I'm about to leave. It says I've kept secrets, I've done stuff, and I'm not done. There'll be more secrets that I need to keep, more atrocious things that I will do. The chorus then is the secondary part to this. It says, take me down to the river and bathe me clean. Put me on the back of your white horse to ride all the way to the chapel, let you wash all over me. This is a cleansing, a rebirth. I've done bad things in my past, going along with the religious imagery here of baptism, almost, of allowing water to act as a spiritual and emotional cleanse, a physical act for a spiritual reaction. I think the irony to this, though, is that if she does spiritually, emotionally get cleaned right here, she says she'll kill again. She says that I'm about to leave more bones behind me. What's the point of trying to find peace with the self if you're just going to make more skeletons to hide in your closet? If you're not going to change who you are, what's the point of repentance? But this is also a very different story here. Every other character has been small, has been at the lower end of a power struggle in a relationship, whether it's a relationship with family or people, platonic or romantic. There's always a power divide, and they're always the weaker one in those relationships. We don't see that here, though. They seem to just be a really aggressive, Wild West kind of person. I just do whatever I want. Violence runs in my family. I'm violent too. Let's go. And it's a really interesting tonal shift here on this track. Now, the next song we have is called Hard Times. This, I think, might line up a little bit better with some of the stuff we've been exploring so far, but it could also be that these hard times are a cause of her now confident self that has no problem running headfirst into danger. Let's just dive in, see where the album takes us. Crickets definitely sounds like nighttime. There's also a soothing element to this we haven't heard in quite some time. The humming is a nice positive effect on this. There is the detuned, old-timey filter put on the guitar. It's interesting how different this section can sound when it's just a root tone bass and very minimal drums, quarter note hi-hat, accent bass kick and snare. Nice little run there. the ad-lib vocals were a nice little touch there, but I kind of feel like we could have had something else there. I'm going to try to keep myself in check. Minimalistic music isn't always my jam, and when I do listen to it, it's casual. Something like this, I would probably really dig casually. I just got to keep that in mind. Because, it's one of those things where my brain is constantly firing. It's like, what's next? What can I interpret from this? What can I interpret from this? Oh, that's a new sound. What's going on with that? And unfortunately, so much of these songs are slow burns. They just sit there. And they don't really evolve in ways that are transformative. We might get a new instrument that gives us root tone. Well, it's not new information. It's just expansion on what we had. We already had that root note. It was just an octave higher in a different instrument. So when the bass comes in, it does change the atmosphere a little bit. It doesn't really change the song, though, not the understanding of it. The drums, when they came in, yeah, we got a new rhythm here. What's going on? Quarter note on hi-hat, a rare accent on snare and bass. It's not super technical, so there's not a lot for me to dive into. And so I think I just gotta open up a little bit more emotionally to this album. Just kind of give it that casual listen at times and just feel out what it's doing, because we're practically halfway done with this album now, and it hasn't really given me much to chew on aside from track 4. No, track 5. Track 5 was some really cool stuff, and track 2 had some really cool stuff. I think those were the most exploratory songs we've had. Everything else has been, this is the vibe, let's do it for 5 to 7 minutes with subtle variation. And so the music doesn't really change much from start to finish. And we kind of saw that here too. And so once again, I don't really have much to add to this. It's another moody track, although interestingly, my brain wants to categorize this as a ballad. The whole album has been slow songs, and yet this feels like a ballad to me for some reason. But it does bring some positivity to the table. Some of that comes through in the timbres of the instruments, but other comes through in the harmony and melody. I wish I could really pinpoint it because there's still dreariness to this track. But parts of it, I think it's primarily the vocal line. Something about that melody, the key notes have a bit more of a brighter feeling to them, where the rest of the music does have more of a melancholic downward element to it. There is a division there that we haven't seen in a while. The songs have just been moody for, a majority of what we listen to. And this one kind of brings some of that brighter energy that we saw on track 2 back to the table, but in a ballad form. So it doesn't feel energetic, it just feels a little brighter. An interesting way to describe a song called Hard Times. Beyond that, though, the only other thing I'd want to bring up is, once again, really cool ornamental ideas, the stuff that sits on the outside. We usually start off with chord progression and vocals, and then maybe a beat and a root tone, and then we start sparkling things up on the outsides. And we do get some neat textures out there. We do have the, right at the beginning, the crickets and just general field recordings of, nighttime is what it felt like to me. But we do get some really cool vocalizations on the outside of the song with backing vocal tracks that don't seem to be singing words, but are certainly presenting musical and melodic elements to the track. I thought that was a nice little spice to add on to this, because generally when we have this, the vocals support, or the external vocals support the center vocals. And like we saw in one of the earlier tracks, it's a way to kind of create this feeling of isolation within the self. You do have yourself, you can talk to yourself, you can be with yourself, but it doesn't imply company. It's just an overwhelming amount of self going on. And so here we actually have the extra vocals supporting the center vocal, and that also provides a bit of a positive angle that we haven't really seen on the album. One of isolation here, we seem to see a little bit of an increase in self-image, possibly would be a way to read into that, which we did get a little bit of lyrically from the last track, but I don't know. I guess we got to hit some lyrics on this and see what's going on there. All right, I'm going to have to throw up a content warning for this one, just in case anyone's sensitive to the topic. This track is about child sexual abuse. The opening verse says, "Hide me there under the leaves, 9 going on 18. So we have a 9-year-old person, presumably the main character of this story so far. But they're 9 going on 18. Child going on adulthood. Verse 2, I think, really showcases what's going on here, as verse 1 tends to be, after that point, more vague about what it's actually happening. Verse 2 says, "In the corner of my birthday, you watched me dancing there in the grass. I was too young to notice that some types of love could be bad." So verse 1, then, to continue on with this, says, "Tell me a story about how it ends where you're still the good guy. I'll make pretend because I hate the story where happiness ends and dies with you." And I think that's an interesting way to frame it, talking about stories. The chorus says, "I'm not happy. I'm just poison in the water and unhappy, a little girl who needs her daddy real bad." And this, I didn't know how to interpret this the first time through, but I have to assume that the person who's abusing her is the father. And so what she's saying she needs here is her dad, the proper male protective parental figure, not this creepy sexual abuser. The outro is just a constant repetition of, "I just want to sleep, but I'm too tired of you. I'm too tired to leave. I'm too tired of me. I'm too tired to all of this. I'm still tied to you, and that makes me tired. I just want rest, but I can't." And it presents an interesting conflict. Especially, let me read this last part of verse 2 here. It says, "Praying that I'd be like you and doing all the things that you do, and I still do, and that scares me." Of still having a positive memory of the father outside of the abuse, which I think is interesting given what we saw of the father in track 1, but I suppose people, especially abusers, can also love bomb, and that comes into the play as well, where there are these moments that seem really genuine and positive and fun. They're usually balanced out by the more abusive elements, though. So there's parts of our character here who hates their father, but also want to be like them. And all of it put into the framework of being sexually abused as a kid by their parent. Yeah, dude, this is a heavy track to put into the middle of this album. Not one that I thought we were going in. It also feels to me, not necessarily that the album is non-chronological, but that we are jumping back in places. I think that this is more about the character now thinking about that time when she was 9, rather than directly jumping back to that time, because we do have them at the end of the track, rustling in their sleep, trying to get to sleep, but just can't, having all of this on their minds. All right. The next track is the longest one, 9.5 minutes long. It's called Thoroughfare. Let's dive in. This definitely has a bit more of a country vibe to it, especially with the transition chords.
You fell in love with America when you were 12 years old. By 17, you knew you had to see it all. You loved your dad and the love he had for your mother, so
It's interesting.
you had to get out and go chasing it, so you call.
I can get the vocals through most of this, but there were a couple syllables in there because they're just kind of slurred together a little bit. It's just harder to hear the enunciation in those moments. It doesn't come through as clearly as the vocals in the rest of the album and even parts of this song. Good old harmonica on the side. Both sides.
I met you there in Texas somewhere on the Thoroughfare, on the side of the road in some torn up clothes with a pistol in my pocket. I didn't trust no one, but you said, baby, don't run, I'll take you anywhere. So I hopped right in, out of luck to spend, and at least your truck beats walking. And you said, hey, do you wanna see the West with me? 'Cause love's out there and I can't leave it be. And I said, honey, love's never meant much to me. Oh, but I'll come with you if you're sure it's what you need.
Is this the same vocalist? There are moments where it almost feels like they've lived decades of life. Their voice sounds more mature in this track. It's interesting.
But in these motel rooms, I started to see you differently. Oh, 'cause for the first time since I was a child, I could see a man who wasn't angry. And he said, it's been a long damn time since I left Florida. No one left to leave and no one left to love. But now that I met you, I finally know just
We have a little bit of uplift here. I'm curious.
With your western sunshine met my deep southern wind, and you got lost in it, and yet you found yourself hard pressed for it and sweating. You said, hey,
It's really interesting in that space there where we could hear not just the main vocals, the supporting harmonies, but also whispers off on the side. There's probably 5 or 6 vocal layers there. We have that call and response going on here.
said, end of the line, we finally reached the edge. After all this time, I didn't find my love, but I still made it this far without it. And then you turned to me instead, and to me deep, and said, well maybe not, 'cause look at what I've got. You might not be my love, but baby, I doubt it. And you said, hey, do you wanna see the worst of me? 'Cause love's out there, and I can't leave it be. And I said, honey, love's
Very large and epic. It almost feels like it wants to be anthemic, but it's missing the chord progressions for that. It's a larger than life production with a very rooted, grounded harmony. That's an interesting combination.
With all of your dumb luck is the only place I think I'd ever wanna be.
A fun little duet here between the guitar and the vocals. The tambourine's a nice addition. I think that may be my least favorite track on the album so far. which is kind of a shame because I like the general sound of it. A sort of a rootsy, bluesy, folky kind of rock. Um, oh, it's like I enjoy the sound of that. The instruments, the general atmosphere of it all. There's a free element to it, something that feels joyful and not under constraints anymore, which is an interesting parallel to a bunch of the other songs, which kind of feel like things are closing in. They're very isolating, right? And so we have a song here that feels expressive, it feels free. I like that element, and going for this style of rock feels like a great way to do that. But it just never quite caught me. The vocal melodies, maybe it's just that I'm getting more attuned to how the vocal melodies are typically written, but they feel kind of samey to the rest of, well, to some of the other ones. Some of these tracks have wildly different syncopation, types of runs, types of vocal delivery. This one, we do get a little bit of that lower sound here that we had on, was it Family Tree? And it blows my mind, dude. I don't know if you've ever listened to a musician, right? When they're in their prime, the most popular, and they put out a few albums, whatever, and then they retire. And then like 30 years later, they come back for a reunion tour to put a new album out or something. And you can hear how time has aged their vocals. Not always for the worst, but they're just different, you know? Vocals change. They're part of our body. They're not going to lock in to the sound that they were when you were 18 or 20 or whatever, when you were making music your first go around. And I think it's really interesting how the vocalist here in track 5 and now 7 can kind of tap into this wary, older vocal style. And it still has that country side to it. I don't know, dude. It's like I've heard country singers come back after, a decade or two, and it sounds just like this. It's that same type of like whiskey grit, the nice maturing of the vocal cords. And somehow this person is just a chameleon doing this at a young age. I'm going to assume. I got to go look up at how old this person is, just kind of get a gist of where all this fits in. But it's one person at one point in time. They're not, time skipping. They're not going to the future to get them future selves to record this part. It's interesting, but it isn't exclusive to this track. And the melodies themselves, I'm starting to find some consistencies throughout that are kind of making them feel a bit more samey across this experience. And then once again, it's just a really long track. I think the build-up works. And the explosion that we get around minute 5 or 6 was well done. But it just didn't grab me the way that other songs have. There's been some really great explosive final acts, final third to some of these songs. And this one it didn't. Maybe it's the undercut of the finale too. I was not vibing to this jam session. If it was a jam session, I don't know. It feels like one. But it's so rare to find truly improvised music in the realm of mainstream pop sounds. So I'm kind of like, it's probably not a jam session, but it is designed to feel like one. A couple of instruments, the guitars, the tambourine, the vocals, and just vocal ad-libbing. And it just goes on and goes on and goes on. And it feels like a petering out. This song had such a great climax there, and then it just nothing. And then it just took 2 minutes of my time to not really add much to the song. And I'm not a big fan of long drawn out sections. I'm not a fan of jam sessions. Not in this context. Anyways, as I've said in the past, live, jam it up, man. I'll be right there with you. Me participating in a jam session, 100%. But Listening to a pre-recorded jam session just it doesn't click for me ever. And this is a case where emotionally, narratively, sonically, casually, I'm just lost. The last 2 minutes bounced right off of me. And I do think that that kind of tainted the rest of my experience with this one too. But this is just a fine song. I don't want people to walk away from this thinking that I'm absolutely trashing it. It's still well written, phenomenally composed or performed. The production is still incredibly solid, and it still captures a lot of a mix of pop and like folky blues rock. It's still a very cool mix of those in a way that I don't always hear. So like I don't want to put it down too hard. It's just not my favorite. Other tracks have been a lot stronger for me. I do like the continued use of new instruments though. The harmonica on this one is a nice touch. The tambourine at the end. Honestly, that was really great. My favorite part about the ending is the fact that they brought the tambourine in because it just kind of matches the vibe. And I think that's probably my favorite part about this album so far, behind the genre blending, is that electronic approach of just what do we want to add here? And ending up with like 100 instruments on the album. And that's just, I'm always going to be a sucker for that. Even if it's not going to be easy to tour like that, it makes each of the songs feel a bit unique and diverse and keeps that, at least the sonic profile of the songs, fresh, which I think it really needs when so many of the atmospheres are similar-ish, very gloomy, very moody, and so many of the compositions are very similar too. Stick with one idea, build it up over 7 minutes. And having something that is unique from track to track, being a sonic profile in this case, it helps. It helps the album stand out a little bit. It could end up being, or it could have ended up being, a very repetitive album, and it isn't. So that's definitely a saving grace for it. Let me hit some lyrics on this one, and we'll head into the back half of this album. And here we have another relationship song. We have our main character somehow in Texas. I don't remember where we started, but we were in Nebraska in track 2 or 3. Now we're in Texas. Definitely a lot of traveling for someone presumably younger, on their own. Anyways, says, I met you there in Texas, somewhere on the Thoroughfare on the side of the road in some torn up clothes with a pistol in my pocket. So, kind of out of money. Doesn't really have nice clothes, are torn up presumably from this journey, and hitchhiking with a pistol to make sure that she stays safe, which is probably, one, a great idea, but two, indicative of her experiences in life. She seems to have been taken advantage of by every relationship she's had. Makes sense that she'd be wary of people in general. It says that she didn't trust anyone, but the driver said, "Don't run, I'll take you anywhere." She says, well, at least the truck beats walking. Now I'm going to backtrack to verse 1 here. It describes this person a little bit. It says, you fell in love with America when you were 12 years old, and by 17 you knew you had to see it all. You loved your dad and the love he had for your mother, so you had to get out and go chasing its sweet call. Basically just saying that he had a great childhood. He had a caring parent, had 2 caring parents. They at least outwardly showed that they cared for each other. He wanted to go see that. So he went driving. The chorus, he said to me, hey, you want to see the West with me? 'Cause love's out there and I can't leave it be. So I said, honey, love's never meant much to me, but I'll come with you if you're sure it's what you need. So this is where their journey begins. He's going out west. He wants to see America, but he also wants to find that love that his parents had. It talks about them driving off towards California and going to small town diners and stopping in motel rooms, and says that she starts to see him a little differently because for the first time since I was a child, I could see a man who wasn't angry. That is a very hard line, knowing where this person came from. Now, I have some reservations about that. We'll get there in a moment, though. So, we get to the bridge. They reach the coast. He says, "End of the line. I didn't find my love, but I still made it this far." Well, maybe not, because look at what I've got. You might not be my love, but baby, I doubt it. And this is really interesting to me, because there is an implication in other lines that their relationship was more than purely platonic throughout this journey to the west of the states, and that there was a sexual component to it. They certainly developed a bond over this road trip. And to me, this seems a little, I don't know, something about it. He says, "I came out here looking for love and, well, I guess I didn't find it, but I did get you." It feels kind of backhanded, right? That's not just me. I don't know. That's a weird way of saying, hey, I've enjoyed the time we've spent. I came out here looking for love. I think I might have found it. Like, that is the romantic way to phrase that. Not, you're probably not my love, but I doubt it. Like, you're kind of starting that off with, we probably weren't meant to be. That's not how you start a romantic sentence. I don't know. Something about that feels off to me. Maybe it's just the phrasing of it. Maybe it works better in the music than poetry. I don't know. The outro, though, shows our main character happy with this person. It says, "In your pickup truck with all of your dumb luck is the only place I think I'd ever want to be." And then we have the jam session after that, which the main character is just vibing. The only part in this whole album we have had vocal ad-libs, but they've always been done to embellish the main line, something to add to the atmosphere or to the main vocal melody. But this is almost for itself. It's distant. It doesn't feel like we were designed to hear it. It feels like more that it just got recorded. And a lot of that comes down to the production of all of this, but also the simplification of it all too. The distance that the vocals feel like. They're not in the spotlight, even though they are the loudest part of the mix. It just feels more authentic, I think. Less pre-composed, in a way. Ending the track with "I'm happier than I've ever been," and then going into that positive jam, I can kind of see what they were going for with it. Still not my favorite track so far, but I can kind of see the thought, the decisions that went into it. All right, next up we have Gibson Girl. Let's see what's going on with this one. That's super bluesy. Yeah, dude. Also, a very specific flavor of synths playing the chords in the backgrounds. Something bordering on synthwave. It has that moodiness. It's different than the synth tones that we've heard previously. There was that synth growling movement off to the side pulling into this. The vocals here feel more digitized than previously, right? There's definitely an electronic vibe to all of this, where it's more of been an electronic layer in other tracks.
glasses. Pour in another while I shake my asses. Cold-blooded, so it takes more time to bleed. Obsession with the money, addicted to the drugs. Says he's in love with my body, that's why he's fucking that up. And then he says to me, baby, if it feels good, then it can't be bad. Working even more.
There's an interesting phasing going on between the two vocals where they're just slightly out of time with each other.
You wanna fuck me right now? You wanna see me on my knees? You wanna rip these clothes off and hurt me? And if you hate me, please don't tell me. Just let the lights be all over me.
Interesting effect here. I'll wait till it's over. You know, I was kind of second guessing. Is it going to go in the next track? Should I stop it now? No, it's just a drone to wrap it up. Interesting choice. All right. So, same stuff here. The atmosphere, the moodiness of it, the verse, chorus, guitar solo, outro kind of thing. Like, there's a lot of similar components to how this song is built, but it's done in a very different way. And this is something that I'm starting to see more often as we explore more of this album, is that the underlying parts are similar, but the spices are different. The display of it is different. It has every song has a unique exterior to a common interior. And I think that generally speaking, it ends up working in favor for the album. It gives everything a familiarity. All of these songs fit together in one way or another. Nothing in here really stands out other than track 2, which still, I don't know, dude, that's such a wild song to remember exists on this album, just given how distinct it was compared to everything else. However, it is the shortest song we have listened to so far, barring the intro. And we do have 2 3-minute songs coming up. I'm curious if they're going to go more in this brighter, poppier direction away from this moody, gloomy, slow burn stuff, given their times. But yeah, just generally speaking, a lot of similar ideas on the foundation. It's just they're built up into very different, unique concepts. And this one does something fresh, which I kind of expect, but the fresh thing here is a feeling of separation. I think a good word for this would be dissociation, possibly. The vocals. Everything in here is digitized in one way or another, except the electric guitar at the end. That feels like it's some sort of a node back to the real world, in a sense. Something that keeps us tied down to the sounds that have come previously. But otherwise, everything in here is very digitized. The vocals are heavily digitized. There's a lot of post-production going on this that isn't designed to make it feel more natural. It's designed to make it feel more cold and robotic. There's really hard stops on notes here, whether that's from the vocals or from the synths. There's these strange escalations of volume, particularly at the beginning. The instruments cut out and we kind of had just this isolated vocal, but there's a digitization to the ramping up of volume that just didn't feel natural. It felt kind of stepwise, very digital. So we have this dissociation here that kind of pushes away from a humanity into something else, something more. But there's also the split in the vocals. I had mentioned that, at least in the beginning of the track, the 2 vocals are just slightly out of phase with each other, one coming in just slightly earlier than the other. Again, a separation of things. The vocals throughout this album have been honed in rather well, not perfectly. They're not quantized to the point of that really rigid pop sound that, well, I've heard a lot in the comments that I would wager most of you aren't a big fan of. That isn't present here, but there is still a focus on getting everything in time with each other. Especially, as I pointed out a couple of tracks ago, where there was like 5 to 6 different vocal stacks. That's actually pretty common on the album, and they're all really well in sync with each other. Here, though, it's a purposeful separation of temporal synchronicity. I'm never going to say that phrase again. That was ridiculous. They're just slightly out of time with each other. And it adds so much flair to this song, especially when you pair it to the other temporal weirdness going on. When you listen to the synths in the background, something's a little off about them, right? A phrase that I've used in the past that I think works here is it feels like the walls are melting. The synth really fills out the sound. It feels like it is the encompassing element to everything else, but it's decaying somehow. And part of this feels like a temporal decay. It doesn't always feel like it comes in right on the beat. Feels like it drags. There are a couple of times where I actually thought that the tempo was shifting downwards, that we were looking at a retardando on this track, and then it kind of rubber bands back a little bit, but it's all so subtle. I mean, we're talking about like 5 BPM differences, stuff most people aren't feeling, and maybe I'm even hallucinating. It's on the periphery of my mind where it feels like it's slowing down, But without a metronome, I don't know. It might just be a feeling of dragging, in that the attack of the synths isn't always right on the downbeat. It might be just a hair behind, and when it always is just a hair behind, it starts to feel like it's slowing down. The whole song starts to feel like it's slowing down, even though it isn't. It's one of those really great auditory illusions that you can do in music. And I think that's what's happening here, but I'm not entirely sure. That's more of a gut guess because I never quite figured it out. But there's several places in here where I feel like we're just slowing down. And this feeling of dragging and melting and slowing with the dissociation, with the vocals and the splitting of them and the roboticism of them. And it all feels very otherworldly. A lot of the music on here, despite having electronic components to it, tend to feel rather grounded, very rooted, definitely bringing that folky, bluesy element to it. Except this one. This feels like an electronic song. It feels heightened. It feels unreal. It's a very different flavor, and it really is the core composition that's similar to a lot of the other tracks that makes it feel like it fits in this album, because sonically this is such a departure. But I really enjoy the guts to say, well, you know, we've had some synths in here, but it's been a fairly real instrument adventure. Lots of acoustic guitars, electric guitars, basses, real drum kits, you know, vocal work, stuff that feels rather natural. Reverb, sure. EQing, sure, but it feels natural. They're not artificially quantized or cut off or abruptly started or ended or anything like that. This song incorporates all of that. Very cool. Let me hit some lyrics on this one. In an interesting shift, this song is, in a sense, kind of a sexy club song. Not something I would expect from here, but it does kind of make some of the moodier, darker parts of the electronic sound kind of make sense. And it kicks off, says, you want to love me right now, you want to get alone with me, you want to get my clothes off. Later on says, there's black leather and dark glasses. We'll pour another while I shake my ass. There's all of this sexual imagery to it, which is interesting because sex has generally been alluded to on this album. It's been something to talk about metaphorically or figuratively to kind of create the nudge towards that direction. Let us see. Well, the last track, I had mentioned that Thoroughfare introduced a sexual component to their relationship. It was, we found heaven in time where your western sunshine met my deep southern wet, and you got lost in it, and yet you found yourself hard-pressed for air and sweating. Definitely sexual lyrics right there, but not just directly stating it. And here, that's all it is. The outro is just a repetition of, you want to love me right now, you want to fuck me right now, over and over and over. You can't get more direct than this. It's moved from the realm of almost folk lyricism into modern pop lyricism. And I think the shift musically is designed to match that. But there's another side to this too that I think is supposed to be a parallel to this, to the sex. We already talked about pouring another, so we have alcohol in here too, but not too long later, it says he's cold-blooded, so it takes more time to bleed, obsession with money, addiction to the drugs, says he's in love with my body. So once again, we have another bad boy, just maybe not directly breaking the law, but still obsessed with money and feeling good and this person's body, which is something we saw earlier with the illusion of, what was that line? Show me how much you love me by using my body or something like that. I don't remember what the line was. So we have another person that's just not a really good fit for her. The chorus says, "Baby, if it feels good, then it can't be bad. Where can I be immoral in a stranger's lap? And if you want it good, downright iconic, sometimes they all want the only that only you can have." So I think that's an interesting line there too. They want something that they can't have, but you can. I don't know what that's supposed to allude to, but the idea, again, if it feels good, it can't be bad. Drugs, alcohol, search for money, sex, just bringing all of these elements to it. And yeah, it's just a very straightforward, sexy song, which I think the music does a great job of embodying by using modern electronic pop tropes and being quite a bit more forward and direct with the lyricism, which would have felt totally out of place on this album, but works because of the sonic shift here. I'm trying to figure out where I put this song. There's parts of it I really like, and bringing in the blues guitar alongside at the end is, like I said, oh, drugs. Okay, dissociation and walls dripping and time slowing. I wonder if the main character also does drugs. The music is warping because of the way the drugs work on them, the way it's affecting them. It doesn't say it outright anywhere in here, but also being around this person and having the sex could also be a type of drug for them too, especially since they view this person as good. They talked about their good upbringing and how this was the first guy they've ever met that wasn't angry all the time. And maybe they're finding that this is a bit of a strong dopamine hit for them. Even while I think, generally speaking, the lyrics are painting this other person as not super great. Maybe a little better than some of the other guys in this album, but not fantastic. I think that eventually we'll get to a point where this song will also be seen, be seen as a collective with the others as someone who's looking for love in all the wrong places. All right, we have one more longer track here before we hit our two short ones. If I don't have too many thoughts about this one, I'm just going to run it into the next since it's only 3 minutes long. But let's kick this one. It's called Ptolemaea. I'll have to check the pronunciation on that later. This is unsettling. The warping sound in the background, we've heard that before. I don't know what it is though. It kind of reminds me of like a time sound effect, like rewinding, but I don't know, it's not. half step drop. Oh, we went up this time. So I assume... Yeah, dude, that one is sinister. Is this a second vocalist? Or are they pitch shifting this?
There's nothing you can do. It's already been done.
Is that warbling? The quick drop to nothing. Y'all want a lengthy analysis segment? Because I know most of these have been on the shorter side, but this is an inflection point. I thought I knew this album. I really did. Lyrically, I don't know, man. It could have gone in a lot of different directions, but we had like in 8 tracks, 5 of them were about relationships with boys, and 3 of them were about a tough childhood and family relations. One of them being a bit darker than the other 2, but still, I'm like, okay, a pop-related album talking about love and relationships. It goes in a little bit of some darker, heavier topics at times, but some of these songs are just I had a boyfriend and he wasn't the greatest. He beat me sometimes. And I've heard pop music like that. And then this. Ethel Cain just out here casually introducing a mainstream-ish audience. I don't know how big Ethel Cain is. 4 million monthly listeners as of right now, but this was a debut album from a couple years back. Wait, was this a debut album? I might be misspeaking there. Let me know. Anyways, I've never heard of Ethel Cain until couple of years ago. Actually, it might have been this album. I remember seeing it in the album club on the Discord server, which is like a weekly book club. Every week, someone suggests an album, and you take the week to listen to it and discuss with everyone else what's going on. And I vaguely remember this album popping up there. I don't participate in it because, the whole point of this channel is to see my reaction, and doing it off camera seems a little odd, but I vaguely remember seeing this. But like outside of that, when I think of the mainstream world, I don't think of Miley Cyrus and Beyonce and Lady Gaga and Ethel Cain. Like that name just it doesn't feel like it fits with those. But I also feel like this music is mostly pop adjacent. There is certainly a rock vibe to a lot of this, but not this track, man. Whatever audience she had, I still feel it was closer to a mainstream style audience, and just casually introducing them to what amounts to noise rock and a light form of doom metal is crazy. I have no words for the inclusion of this track on the album. It is bonkers. If you had asked me in the first couple of tracks, where do you think this album's going? This would never have been an answer of mine. And yet here we are. I also think this is where the album is taking a bit of a turn for me personally. I thought I understood the album. Again, relationships. Not against songs about that. It's a common theme for a lot of genres. But I'm at an age where it just doesn't grab me the way it did at one time in my life. But it's not just about that. There's so much more to this. It's turning into, for me, rather than a series of vignettes that are just there, it's turning into a story. This is making everything else more theatric to me, because this is heightened. This is ridiculously elevated. But everything else was designed to get to this point. And it's completely changed what I thought this album was doing. Which was, again, just going to be a song about someone who finds heartbreak, always looking for love in the wrong places, and maybe at the end they find the one person. A nice old rom-com ending. Or maybe they don't, and it just reinforces the idea that love's difficult to find. Real, good, true love. Either way, I kind of figured where this was going. Maybe dealing with the family trauma a little bit, but how the trauma affects their relationships going forward, and what looks like healthy relationships based on what they grew up around seeing, and stuff like that. And it isn't. This is dark. This is heavy. This is gritty, but it's also so incredibly textured. It took the ideas that we saw on the last track, time slowing, digitization of sounds, and that general feeling of losing grip with reality, whether that is because of actual literal drugs or just the feeling of being so swept up in someone else that their presence is a drug for you. And it runs with that and really turns it into a dark, uncomfortable trip. The beginning of this song is not just haunting, as we have seen in a couple other tracks, it is downright eerie. It is creepy, it is menacing, it is antagonistic, it is filthy feeling. It reminds me more of Nine Inch Nails than anything else on this album ever did. And again, another description that I don't think I would have ever come across at the beginning of the album to describe parts of it. It is hyper-focused on a type of dark, gritty, painful, scary music. And it does such a phenomenal job of residing with that, inside of that, before shifting away entirely from that digital electronic sound into a distorted guitar. And this distorted guitar is really where things start to take a turn for me, because it begins to transform into something that I understand on a theoretical level. I understand what these chords mean. I understand what these melodies mean. I understand what the use of counterpoint implies in here and why you would use reverb. And, I've been explaining all of this throughout this, but this is the point where it speaks to my gut. It's using my home language. I come from, aside from my classical and jazz background, rock and post-hardcore. Distorted guitars were what I really got into in, my main youth years. We've had some distorted guitar in here, but it's always been the blues rock, which I certainly have appreciated and enjoyed. That's another sound that I grew up on. But this angsty grit, I get this. This is a filthy, overbearing weight of a tone. Granted, if you come at this from extreme metal, your black metals, your doom metals, funeral doom metals, this is probably not going to be as affecting on you, especially if you inundate yourself in those worlds. I tend to like to listen to things from all across the spectrum. I try to listen to music comparatively. It's not fair to compare this to doom metal, but it's fair to compare it to the other uses of electric guitar in the album. And this, because of where we've been, because of what we've heard this guitar do in the past, especially with the guitars being more blues oriented rather than noise oriented, we've heard them in melodic ways expressing pain, emotional pain, sorrow, melancholy, depression, loneliness. Here, though, it is a crushing, antagonistic weight. It does not care. It is the exact opposite of an emotional display. And just feeling that at the end, the drums coming in with all of that bass on whatever beat that was somewhere in the middle of the track. I lost track of time, honestly. Usually I'm pretty good about saying, about 2 minutes in this happened. No, dude, this was simultaneously somehow, it felt like 2 minutes and 12 minutes. It was just all encompassing and felt like forever, and that it went by in a blur. And I don't, anyways, the drums came in at some part. And just massive tone, lots of rumble to it, tons of compression and white noise. Every part of this. The vocals, dude. I still don't know if this was a different vocalist. I tried listening to, honing in on what the timbre might be if I removed all the layers from it, and it honestly sounds like a different person. So either A, we have a second vocalist on here, which is a great call because they're doing their best at making this sound like such a filthy, disgusting voice here. It's so creepy and unsettling. Or B, The main vocalist continues to be even more of a chameleon, probably changing up physical elements of their vocal timbre, while most likely also using some sort of pitch or format shifting to go along with it. But regardless, it makes this song. It really does. And the other uncomfortable thing too is the constant use of the phrase "stop" or something. I don't remember what the words were, but obviously there was just not consent in whatever was happening. And then the scream, blood curdling, a nice bit of grit on top of it. I don't know if it was a real scream or it felt like there's a little bit of fry compression in there too. I don't know how safe it is to replicate it, but regardless, to do it, if just this once in this moment, absolutely sells. This, I think, is what really drives the theatric component about it, is that it stopped feeling like I was listening to music. At a certain point, it became acting with background music to support the emotional weight. And sometimes you listen to music and it's music, right? Good beat, great melody, you sing along or dance along to it. It's music. Is it art? Sure. But at this point in time, it's entertainment. This is a song that to me is art. Is it musical? Yeah. But I have a real difficult time perceiving this as anything outside of the performance of it. The emotional weight, the story, the acting, the voices, the musical choices, the timbre choices, all of it comes together to me to tell a story that happens to have a musical part to it. And I think a lot of that comes down to less of a focus on melody on this track. There is more spoken word-esque stuff. I think there's still a general sense of rhythm throughout all of this, but there's not really a lot of singing going on in here. And that pushes it into the realm of almost performance art, where I'm only getting the audio recording rather than the visuals of it too. And it transforms, it teleports me to somewhere else. I'm not here listening to music. I'm experiencing a traumatic point in someone's life. This album has been quite artsy. I don't want to put it down and have anyone say, oh, you said all the other tracks are just music. But for the most part, I've come at this album from that musical standpoint of applying music theory to it. Why would you do these things in your sonic art based on musical techniques and tropes and theory? This song, I apply almost none of that to. This is a song that is an experience. And I know it's kind of cliche to say, but it is, especially catching me off guard at this moment. I thought I knew what this album was doing, and it has flipped the script entirely. Now, two things are going to happen from here. Either A, this is the inflection point where the rest of the album becomes something more than, and in retrospect, the beginning of the album becomes more than. And it elevates this album into something that I was going to say is a solid 7, 8 out of 10, but that I would probably hold up as one of the better albums I've heard. Or B, 2, this is going to be the highlight of the album for me, is this experience, not necessarily the enjoyment of this filthy song that I found repulsive through most of it. I'm not going to say I enjoyed the song, but from an artistic point of view, this point in the experience of the album is unmatched because it's so subversive. But if the rest of the album doesn't follow through with this subversion, it's going to feel like the album peaked here, and then there's just some stuff afterwards, and it's not going to reach those heights. And I really think that's the only two ways the album's going to go, is masterpiece, or it had that one really cool moment at the end, but never followed through on it. So let's hit some lyrics on this. And then we'll see where the rest of the album takes us. All right. And lyrically here, we do have the same elements of like a drug trip that we kind of are reflecting in the music. But there's also possibly the other person speaking here. Says, I followed you in, I invited you in twice. You love blood too much, but not like I do. I heard you, I saw you, I felt you, I gave you, I need you, I love you. This is repeated over and over and over before just sticking to the love you part and repeating that over and over and over. Not quite sure how to interpret this part yet. It could be something about elevating this person. We're going to see as the song goes on that there's a murder going on here, and our protagonist is the one being killed. Presumably the person that she got the ride from in the pickup truck, and he's going to murder her. That's how I'm reading this. So maybe this is just a way of making her feel more comfortable, but maybe it's also a perverse way of looking at her as a victim of his crime. I heard you, I saw you, I felt you. These are ways of giving them purpose, of making them feel seen, making them create that bond, the relationship between the two. But after that, I need you and I love you feel more like ways of twisting and distorting this this victim relationship here. Regardless, the rest of this seems to be very vague, very metaphorical. It makes sense that whatever drugs they were taking in the last track are still affecting our main character here, and they're kind of conflating reality and unreality. What is the opposite of reality? Fiction? It says, suffer does the wolf crawling to thee promise a big fire, saying I'm the one he's going to take. And I'm on fire. The suffering is nigh, drawing to me, calling me the one. I'm the white light, beautiful and finite. It's definitely a romanticization of the death of this victim, right? The other person calls our narrator beautiful and like a white light burning finitely. That there will be an end to the light eventually, but also conflating this to being on literal fire. Again, the sort of mixing of worlds. Most of this is continuing on in this direction of danger looming right around the corner, and our protagonist keen to that, but not in the right state of mind to do much about it. We have the male vocals come back in, say, you poor, sweet, mourning lamb. There's nothing you can do. It's already been done. We have a part where the narrator seems like they're trying to talk their way out of this. Says, tell me what you've done. Why do you keep looking at me? Stop. I've had enough. Trying to hope that that might be what would end this, but it doesn't. Then we have the escalating stop. We have an interesting line after this. I am the face of love's rage. It's an interesting term. I don't know what to make of it, but I've never heard that before. The outro is a prayer of sorts. Blessed be the daughters of Cain, bound to suffering eternal through the sins of their fathers committed long before their conception. Blessed be their whore mothers, tired and angry, awaiting with bated breath in a ferry that will never move again. Blessed be the children, each and every one come to know their God through some senseless act of violence. Blessed be you, girl, promised to me by a man who can only feel hatred and contempt toward you. I think this is interesting because I was talking about generational pain a long time ago. how was this, track 2 or 3 or something like that. The concept of the Cold War in the family and how that affects one person's relationship to the rest of the family and all of this. But this kind of paints the big scheme of things, that our protagonist got to this point in life because of a bad family dynamic, and her parents may have been the way they were because of the way that they were raised and treated by their parents. That this isn't just an isolated murder here. That if this person had a healthy upbringing, they might not have been out here hitchhiking across the country. They might not have felt a need to escape from their family, but in order for that to happen, her parents would have had to have a healthy upbringing as well. There needed to not be violence in the house, domestic violence. The father needed to be able to appreciate and understand his daughter rather than berate her. As track 1 said, leaving me hanging on the family tree while everyone else laughs. It's tragic not just because there's a murderer out there who murdered this protagonist here. It's tragic because in order for this not to have happened, so many other pieces needed to have been put in place first. And it almost places the guilt of this at the feet of generations prior in the family. It's a really interesting perspective on things. There seems to be a shift, though, here at the end, maybe a perspective shift. It says, I am not good nor evil. I simply am, and I've come to take what is mine. I was there in the dark when you spilled your first blood, and I am here now as you run from me still. Run, then, child. You can't hide from me forever. This is almost on another level. I don't think that this person has literally been stalking our main character, but maybe a personification of death, maybe? Something otherworldly, fate, possibly, something that had been, dominoes, right? As I was talking about the actions of the grandparents to the parents, forming them and molding them into who they would become, and that led to their actions on our main character. And this is sort of dominoes. They've been set up a long time ago. All of this has been put into place for generations, leading you to this moment. It's really interesting, this whole perspective on it. I'm kind of afraid to hit play on our next track, simply because this song is such a highlight for me, and it's not just a strong track on the album. Like I said earlier, it's transformative. It has altered my perception of the entire album. But we must push forward. The next track is August Underground. Might be a nice companion to December Underground. Shout out to those OG AFI fans who got that one. Let's dive into this next track and see where we go from here. There's I was gonna say there's a lot of clipping on the vocals in the last section, but then this massive tone came in, and that's certainly clipping, distorted, compressed, all sorts of destruction to the tone, which I think is a really good thing to point out too. Starting with the last track, we are seeing some of the most destructive production on these instruments. We've had distortion in the past, but not like this. I like that. There's some sort of vague knocking. It sounded like a gunshot, but the way it was modulated doesn't really fit like that. Oh, it just dawned on me too. The last track was a pure instrumental. Well, there were vocals, but they were used as an instrument. No words. Nice little drone outside. I thought it was piano solo, but there's synths in the distance just giving us a nice drony tone alongside everything. It's interesting. The choir, is it a choir? The chords in the background, there's comfort in them, a type of rest. And then the piano in front is just going bonkers with almost seemingly random notes. It's a heavy type of tension that contrasts heavily with what the chords were presenting. We have tape hiss, some sort of white noise. All right, real quick here because we have two highly focused instrumental bits. August Underground is heavy, dark. It definitely feels like the end of something, a heavy weight, a burden pushed down upon someone, and features a lot of the same heavy, gritty tones that we saw in the track prior, and continues along with the general weight of production and composition that we had built on that track. It feels like a general continuation of that vibe and acting as a quasi when you move from one to the other, transition into track 11, which is a bit more positive and optimistic in sections. I'm still not sure how to interpret televangelism because it is comforting. It is relaxing if you ignore the lead piano. That piano just creates noise and tension for the most part. It does start off nice, it ends nice. Everything in the middle, though, is just random stuff. And it's interesting to hear that clash against everything else that sits around it. Also, we have moved away from the dark, warm, wide, resonant tones that this album has really crafted as its home voice. And we're looking at these thin, narrow, twinkly tones of this piano. We do have some warmer chords, presumably in the left hand work that's going on in the lower parts of the piano. But once the piano starts going, that stuff gets pushed to the background. The lead is the twinkling lights. We've heard them ornamentally in previous parts of this album. I can't remember what track it was, but there are just some really nice twinkly piano stuff. But that was it. Everything else we've heard from the piano is more low-end stuff, resonant, chord progression, not a lot of the twinkly, high-end lead melodic stuff. So this marks a really big departure sonically for the album too. The last thing I want to bring up here before we progress into the penultimate track, destruction of tone particularly. Track 9 introduced super gritty guitars, gritty synths, lots of compression and distortion and overdrive and clipping, all sorts of things that are going to degrade the quality of the sound in order to gain a specific effect, this crunchy antagonistic sound. We continue to see some of that on track 10's August Underground. And I had mentioned that we've had gritty tones on this album, but this is really the most destructive we've been with sound. And what I think is really interesting is that this gets carried over into Televangelism as well. The end of it is a piano solo that can't quite stop itself from crackling and detuning. All of this sounds like post-production tricks, but it sells this idea that the piano is decaying. And when you pair that with the hiss, the tape hiss that I was talking about, that's destruction of the entire sound, not just one instrument. There is certainly a concept of decay going on in these 3 tracks. I think they're all there to focus on different types of decay, but I feel that to be a really strong part of this portion of the album, given that we don't really hear this type of sonic destruction on other instruments throughout. It really is hyper-focused here, and we get to hear it in a couple of different ways, and I think that's pretty cool. We're coming to the end of the journey. 13 minutes left. This next track is called Sun Bleached Flies. Presumably it's about, well, a corpse? The main character's corpse, possibly left out on a beach since they did drive out to the beach at Cali. Flies hovering around it. That's the kind of imagery I'm getting here. I may run it into the final track if I feel like the momentum is there. Let's kick it. Continuing on with the piano motif. Light. Bright and twinkling. There's still some static and crackling off.
Bleached light sitting in the window, waiting for the day they escape. They talk all about their money and how their babies are always changing while they're breathing in the poison of the pain.
That harmonic shift when said poison kind of brought in some tension that the progression hadn't introduced much. Is that one of the first times that it sounds like we've used a digital stacking of voices rather than hands recording every backing track?
So I said fine, 'cause that's how my daddy raised me. If they strike once, then you just hit them twice as hard. But in the end, if I bend under the weight that they gave me, then this heart would break and fall as twice as far.
There was a grace note on the piano last time through. I'm wondering if it'll come back.
I think it's about time I put up a fight, but I don't mind, 'cause that's how my daddy raised me. If they strike once, then you just hit them twice as hard. But I always knew that in the end, no
I can't tell if that's a sax in the background or not. It's very interesting though because it's doing its own thing. It's bringing a very different flavor to this track. It's very multifaceted though. This song's been somber. There's been a bit of praise in it. That sax felt very victorious though, very powerful and strong, but it was also mixed with melancholy. Maybe even a little bit of regret, particularly in the lead vocals, like right here. It's interesting. It's a wild mix of positive and negative emotions in a way that I'm not too sure how they fit together, but it certainly feels right. Organ? The breathiness, the range, the airiness, the light instrumentation. I didn't want to make this comparison earlier. I think this is the most Billie Eilish track on the album so far though, in like the most positive way that can be interpreted. You know what's interesting is this reminds me of track 2, more of that pop country vibe. There's so few tracks on this album that I think could be radio singles. I've heard stuff like this so many times. I mean, legitimately, if you have Sirius XM, put on The Highway, which is their country channel, you'll find dozens of tracks within the first hour of listening that are very much like this. early, or bars early, I bet. There's the build-up. There's a pre-chorus I wasn't anticipating. I can't get over how radio friendly this track is. After Ptolemaea, but it works. I have so much to say about this.
Don't worry about me and these green eyes, mama, just know that I love you. And I'll see you when you get here.
That's interesting too. Presumably, the character is talking to their mom from the afterlife and says, I'll see you when you get here. It's an interesting final line for someone who had wrestled with their religion throughout this, well, not throughout the album, but prior to the album, prior to the stories here. All right. Sun-bleached flies. This one's a pretty straightforward track that fits well within Ethel Cain's style of music. I don't really have a lot to add on to that. It's what you would expect from this album. But Strangers, I want to dig into a little bit, simply because it's a very palatable song. Catchy hooks, which we've had some more memorable melody lines throughout this, but this is straight up pop catchiness right here. And I think this is what really sells the sound of this as a mainstream radio sound. Yes, the timbres here are less moody, the tempo is a bit more upbeat. This falls into the realm of what I would call a country ballad. I've heard, as I said, many songs that sound and feel and play out like this. This is almost a cookie cutter pop country track, which I don't think is a coincidence. This is intentional. We'll get to that later, though. Regardless, very different from the entire rest of the album. Track 2 is the only one that I feel is similar to this in any way. We have some pretty straightforward rock and country instrumentation. We have bass, we have guitars, we have drums, we have vocals. There are some small synths that sit on the outside. We have the vocal double, triple, quadruple tracking for some segments to give them a little bit more width. but it's generally a very palatable, stripped down version of Ethel Cain's writing. And it also brings with it some more palatable harmonic decisions. This is a bright and colorful song. Gone is the moodiness, the dreariness, the melancholy. There is a somber element to it. It is certainly not a bright and bouncy song, but it does have a positive edge to it harmonically and texturally. Despite having a bit of that, somber bass line to it. Catchy rhythms, catchy melody, straightforward rhythms. It's going to get stuck in my head. That chorus is an earworm. It's interesting to wrap the album up like this, given how heavy it can be, how dark and brooding and depressing. So I started to wonder what's going on here. Here's my interpretation of the final third of this album. Well, my interpretation of the entire album. We kick the album off with a pretty indicative track of what you're in store for. I think the first song, while not being a good indicator of something like Ptolemaea or Strangers or track 2, American Teenager, does a really good job of telling you what you're going to be in store for a majority of the time. It's long, it's moody, it's a slow burn, there's a lot of reverb, it's dreary. That's most of these songs. Pretty indicative right there, good start. But it also is foreshadowing. We will return to these ideas musically. We will return to these ideas lyrically later on in the song. Kind of just setting things up right here though. Ignoring the intro track and starting with American Teenager, this is the brightest track on the album. It's also, I think, the one where the character is the most naive. That's not to say that they are still completely innocent in their childhood, but they're not jaded yet. They have run into problems, and we will see later on in the album that prior to this, they did have issues with their family members, both emotional and mental abuse as well as physical abuse. They had violence within the family too. They didn't have a great upbringing, but this is the part where it kind of feels like there's a strong transition where they're becoming more jaded. From here though, we have like 2 or 3 back-to-back tracks of relationships. Not great ones, but ones where the narrator is all in. This is what originally gave me the vibes that this was just going to be a pretty typical, mid-20s, a singer-songwriter, I write about my heartbreaks kind of album. Found in love in all the wrong places. The music gets darker here though. And we begin to see a spiral downward. The music throughout this first third starts kind of bright and poppy. We have Foreigner synth lines in track 2. You don't get more optimistic than that. And we just keep getting heavier, sparser, more dreary as we go throughout until we get to Thoroughfare, which kind of brightens things up a little bit, but that's actually because this is where we begin to see the narrator getting tricked. I still remember the ending to Thoroughfare. It's still not my favorite song on the album, but I remember hearing and talking about how that jam session at the end feels very positive, like a rare moment in this person's life for positivity. But this person has been getting jaded. Relationship after relationship after relationship. I'm going to assume running away from their family, which is why they're out in Texas looking for rides. They carry a gun. They don't trust people around them. They've certainly seen some stuff that has affected who they are and how they react. And the music reflects this too. And for a brief moment, they let down their guard. And the music does too before continuing to spiral downward into Gibson Girl, which is, I think, a very interesting point in the song, where, as I had mentioned, kind of shifts to a modern dance track. Not just with the music, but complete with the lyrics and the very upfront and blunt lyrical discussions there about sex. From here, we move into the incredibly dark and gritty Ptolemaea. This is the rock bottom of the album. We have been spiraling to this point. This is the whole thing about dominoes being placed many generations earlier, but through a musical lens. We have slowly been cascading into this point. It feels natural to be in this extreme moments of the album because we've been heading in that direction the whole time. It's just been so subtle. You haven't really noticed it. From here, we have a song of mourning. We have a song of not really sure, more positive-ish. This was Televangelism, the one that had the really comforting chords, kind of felt angelic in places, but really noisy piano work on top of that. Still not sure how to interpret that one. And then Sun-Bleached Flies seems to be a bit more of a return back to form and understanding of where we are at. We'll hit the lyrics soon, but Sun-Bleached Flies makes it think like we're focusing back on the corpse here, which is a return to the reality of things. And then Stranger's a bit of an uplift. I'm not sure how to interpret that, but I do think it's interesting that it brings us back to the beginning of the album. I mentioned that this song feels most close to track 2, the brightest track on the album, the one that originally I had mentioned felt the most out of place. And here's the thing. Assuming that we're going back to the sound of track 2, and we're dealing with the ideas of generational trauma and destruction and dominoes, we're looking at invisible circles. We're looking at cycles. Now, unless, well, no, because we've seen the end of, so she doesn't have any kids then to impart any of this onto. So I wonder what the concept of the cycle is then. To me, the cycle has broken. She won't be able to pass this on to another generation. Then why bring back the older musical style, though? Maybe it's just for the lyrical themes, then. They just happen to line up similarly because they're both the more palatable and positive sound that Ethel Cain has in their musical repertoire. That their commonalities are more functional than thematic. That might be it. I don't feel happy with that reading, but rarely do I ever feel happy about having a functional reading when thematic ones always are far more rewarding. Kind of makes me want to have the benefit of the doubt and assume that I just don't understand the connection when there is one. Regardless, this is how I felt this album. It's been a very interesting journey and one that kind of comes up from under you and completely messes you up, unbeknownst to you that it's happening. These are some of my favorite stories, whether it is novels or music or film, where you think you're in store for one thing and you get something totally different. And it isn't just a bait and switch, but it's a way of recontextualizing the art and really adds to the thematic resonance of it. I don't know if there's any individual song in here that I would come back to. The album generally moves a bit slow for my taste, but I do think it's an experience I want to have one more time. Not soon. I want to forget some of it first. But I certainly want to revisit this sometime and see how it hits, knowing what it's about. Not knowing every single detail. As I said, I want to forget some stuff. But knowing what it's all about, what can I pick up on leading up to Ptolemaea? How does that feel knowing what comes after? Like a good twist in a film, going back and watching it again, knowing what the twist is and getting that new context on all of the other decisions, it's always such a good experience. That, oh, that's why that happened kind of thing. What in here did I miss or overlook that is going to stand out, of course, knowing what happens later, but I just kind of passed by because it seemed unimportant without knowing what was going to happen. Let me hit some lyrics on these two, and we're going to wrap this video up. Sun-Bleached Flies is a track where Ethel comes to terms with everything. It kicks off and says, sun-bleached flies sitting in the windowsill waiting for the day they escape. They talk all about that money and how their babies are always changing while they're breathing in the poison of the paint. I think this is interesting. It talks about parents, presumably, talking about money and how their babies are always changing, how they're growing up. It says all the while breathing in the poison of the paint, that there is a poison here that everyone is breathing in, presumably also the babies. It's a toxicity here, which I think goes back to the toxic environment of her family life. And she's basically saying this is how things were. We just had adults talking about mundane things while there is irrevocable damage being done to the family, but especially to these children. Once again, bringing up the ideas of generational trauma. She says, what I wouldn't give to be in church this Sunday, listening to the choir. God loves you, but not enough to save you. So baby girl, good luck taking care of yourself. As much as religion has been brought up and there's been a general disregard for it, I think this is the first indicting statement about religion on the album. That if God loves us, why does he allow us to be put through such trauma? Why does he allow us to be in such toxic upbringings and environments? Why does he allow us to be killed on the side of the road by someone we just met? God loves you, but not enough to save you. The chorus, interestingly, says, that's fine, because that's how my daddy raised me. If they strike once, then you hit them twice as hard. But in the end, if I bend under the weight that they gave me, then this heart would break and fall twice as far. Basically saying that if I elevate things, they'll elevate things back. And eventually I know I'm going to be the one who breaks under all of this. And I'll fall even farther because of it. Sort of recognizing that growing up in an environment of violence. I mean, she grew up, she killed people, she didn't have any remorse for it. She said she'd do it again. A lot of this is because she saw violence from her parents, her mother defending herself from abuse that her father was doling out. Just violence upon violence. She says, that's how I was raised. You get hit once, you hit back twice as hard. And then the realization that that's just going to always make things worse. I think it's interesting that violence doesn't play as big of a role in this story. And yet it keeps coming up in things like this. That she learned this lesson through an old saying that her dad used to say that was related to violence. That even when violence isn't the main thing on display, it still shows up in the way she speaks, the language she uses. The lessons she learned were through violent rhetoric, if not through the violence itself. It's another area where I can really relate to. And it's one of the reasons why in the past I don't know, decade maybe, I've really begun to analyze what I say, because some things that I just, it's just what the phrase means, right? You don't think about the words themselves. You get the phrase, the meaning of the phrase. And you ever listen to a band where like the band name's pretty vulgar, but because you don't really think about the words themselves, it's the words you use to talk about the band. You don't think about it, and then someone will be like, "Wait, that's what the band's named?" And then you just kind of think about it, and you're like, "Oh yeah, dude, that's not something I should just casually say to people." It's kind of that same thing here. And there's been a lot of phrases that I have slowly worked out of my vocabulary because, honestly, growing up in the South here, especially Florida, and I guess there's a similarity here. I don't know exactly where Ethel was raised, but uh, like I said earlier, found out she's also from Florida. Yeah, violent phrases, man. Southern people say the darndest things, and they just like that's just how the phrase goes. And it's interesting to start interrogating that and figuring out what you want to do with that. It's not harming anyone, but it's still rhetoric that people will remember and will use. You use that around your kids or other people's kids, and it'll continue on to the next generation. Are there nicer ways or less violent ways to say that same thing? So, yeah, actually, just off the top of my head, more than one way to skin a cat. Like, why is that even a thing? Growing up, that's just, it's just what you would say when you found another solution, or if, there is another solution. Huh? More than one way to skin it. But like, why are we skinning cats at all? How is this a phrase? Where did this come from? There's got to be a better way to say it. So, stuff like that. And I really like how it's incorporated into the lyrics, but in sort of an invisible way. It's never really directly talked about. The direction is towards actual violence in her life, but you can see how it bleeds into rhetoric as well. And it's just such a clever way of keeping that theme rolling, even through songs like this. Here's something interesting though. The bridge. If it's meant to be, then it will be. So I met him there and I told him I believe, singing, if it's meant to be, then it will be, and I forgive it all as it comes back to me. I get the gist of this. It's acceptance of her death. This is the way things were going to go, whether it's fate or religion. Maybe this was God's plan. I was destined to be killed here. That's just the way it goes. I'm coming to terms with it. But it says, so I met him there and told him I believed, singing if it's meant to be. This idea of singing to a hymn is actually brought up in the first verse. I skipped over it because it wasn't important until now. It says, what I wouldn't give to be in church this Sunday, listening to, oh wait, I did say this. Listening to the choir so heartfelt singing. The choir would be singing to God. Here it says that I met him and sang to him, that if it's meant to be, it will be. And I told him I believed. This is interesting because the way I read this is that she is in heaven here, has met God, sings his praises, and says, I believe in you now. And that's it. There's no other import given to this, which seems like a really big deal for someone who was raised religious and then became atheist, maybe, later in their life. As said multiple times on this album, I see the crosses on my arms. They remind me of someone I used to be. It's kind of wild to me that it's just kind of this, I met God, moving on. But the outro brings an important part in. It says, I'm still praying for that house in Nebraska by the highway out on the edge of town, dancing with the windows open. I can't let go when something's broken. It's all I know and it's all I want. Remembering the good times with that first boy. and how much joy she felt in that relationship in that house, the broken down house where they went and spent their time. This was the one who left town for something that she did, and honestly, I kind of forgot about this whole plot point. I want to know what that was. But what I find interesting is I kind of wrote Ethel Cain. Wait. I've been using the term protagonist throughout this, but is this more autobiographical? Y'all will have to let me know in the comments. I'm not thinking that this ending is autobiographical, but there may be a lot of the artist in here. But it seems very heightened and theatric, and I kind of want to separate the artist from the story, just to be on the safe side of things and not assume anything. So the main character, though, I had painted them as a timid person who's very emotionally vulnerable and probably wouldn't do something egregious enough to someone they loved and cared about, given how little self-esteem they had, that would make them leave town. That seemed like a wild reaction. But knowing that they would eventually grow up to be someone who kills people and does everything else that they do on this journey, it makes me go back to that moment and really wonder what the reason was now. Leaving town still seems like an over-exaggeration, completely blowing whatever happened out of the water, but maybe it was justified. Maybe they did something really wild. I mean, people who grow up in violent households, they tend to act out that violence more. It's normal for them in their environment. Maybe they did something. Maybe they attacked him. Who knows? I'm kind of curious now. The more I see about this character, the more it changes my perspective on them. Anyways, though, they are here pining for those days of being with that first boy in this album, having those simpler times and feeling happy once again. Well, this is a bit of a disturbing twist and interesting because the music takes on a very bright, poppy aesthetic here. I had mentioned that musically I could see this on the radio, but knowing the lyrics, I don't think this would ever get airtime, especially not on FM radio anyways. So I kind of had this idea that Ptolemaea was the peak of the album, and we kind of dwindle out from there. The two instrumentals help resolve the energy from all of this gritty, dark, tense weight to something a bit lighter to wrap the album up on. And that Sun-Bleached Flies and Strangers act as the denouement to the album, kind of resolving the energy and dissipating all that from this incredibly intense peak. Rather than having the peak at a penultimate song and then an outro to wrap things up, this is a slow walking back of the energy from that peak across, like 20 minutes or so? Basically making the entire last third of the album the decaying energy. Ooh. A little bit of a play on words there, given the whole idea that she was murdered. And, well, decay kind of works into this too. You see, this idea of dropping the energy down kind of works musically, but lyrically it doesn't. Sun-Bleached Flies feels like a strong ending for the album. Lyrically, Strangers feels like a post-credit scene where the story is done and told, but there was one extra thing that the writers wanted to add in. You see, despite the music being pop country and the fact that the album feels like we've kind of wrapped up already, this final song explores cannibalism. You see, the pickup truck driver guy, he has stored the body of the protagonist in his freezer, and he cooks her and eats her. I kid you not, I was blown away when I started reading these lyrics. I was like, there's no way they're going in this direction. They are. it feels bizarre from a pacing standpoint, which is why I have to interpret this as some sort of post-credits, fake-out, extra little weird thing to go along, because to me the story's over already, and this is rising tension again. But it's done in a way that's thematically interesting. Let me read a little bit of this to you, and we'll get into it. Verse 1 says, "In your basement I grow cold, thinking back to what I was always told. Don't talk to strangers, or you might fall in love." I don't think that's necessarily how the saying goes, but it is pretty appropriate for her story. "Freezer bride, you're sweet divine, you devour like smoked bovine hide. How funny, I never considered myself tough. You're so handsome walking over to me now." So, the play on words here, it's funny, I never considered myself tough. I always felt like I was a pushover, I didn't have a lot of self-confidence. But now, as a meat that's being eaten, I'm kind of tough to chew. I'm tough as meat. That's a little bit of fun, dark wordplay here that honestly I didn't see too much of in the album. It feels kind of strange to play light at cannibalism here at the end of the album, but who am I to say we can't do that, right? This is Ethel Cain's album. You do what you want in your art. Here's the part where I really think things get interesting. The chorus says, "I tried to be good. Am I no good? With my memory restricted to a Polaroid in evidence, I just wanted to be yours. Can I be yours? Just tell me I'm yours. If I'm turning in your stomach and I'm making you feel sick, oh no." This person is somebody who, throughout a lot of her relationships with men, was the men enjoyed her, not her company, not her wit, not her character, but her body. To the point that eventually, in, what was it, Gibson Girl? She eventually just falls into this trope. That was the song that was right on the surface, very sexy, very club song. She moved away from a lot of the folkier styles of depicting lovemaking and went just to calling it straight up fucking throughout most of that track. She learned this behavior by the way that the men in her life treated her. Going back to the age of 9, remember. So this is something that's really interesting because it marries these two sides in a very distinct way of violence and men using her for her body. And the sexual assault when she was 9 certainly is a crossroads of those two as well. But here it's a very different idea. She is literally offering up her body. It is literally being used for sustenance here. And there's the violent act of ripping and tearing of the meat from the bone. How eating is done. It's a rather violent maneuver. Even in death, she is still hoping that she can appease a man with her body through violent acts. Even in death, she still has a terribly toxic understanding of love and relationships. And this is why I'm kind of 50-50 on this song, because it feels tonally way out of left field. Musically and narratively, it feels tacked on. I felt like everything was kind of done and over with at this point. But I can't get past the fact that thematically, I really enjoy this. I think it is a cool way of continuing this idea of who she is, what her relationship to people is, and how the trauma alters the way she perceives the world around her. And doing it in like the most cheesy, schlocky, pulpy way possible, going in the direction of cannibalism and using that as a metaphor for essentially rape. But rape in such a twisted, toxic perspective that she feels this is all she can offer. It's not what she wants. She doesn't want to be dead. We've gone over that already. She doesn't want to be eaten, that's for sure. But she figures that if this is how things are, at least she can be good at it. And it's so divorced from reality, but it still thematically fits. It's kind of wild. And it's obscene. It's kind of wild in just its inclusion at all, but I have to give them props for it because somehow they made it have meaning. It's not done, well, maybe it is done for shock value on some level, but it's not exclusively shock value, which is, I mean, that's just good horror right there. I'm kind of impressed by this. Even if by every other metric in the album, I don't think this should be here. I can't help but be impressed by what's happening in this track. But you can see why this would probably not get radio playtime. Verse 2 turns this towards her mother for a little bit before returning back to some of the other ideas. When my mother sees me on the side of a milk carton in Winn-Dixie's dairy aisle, she'll cry and wait up for me. First of all, Winn-Dixie, that's a Southeast grocery chain, and they're kind of dwindling. Interestingly, they've done bankruptcy, I think twice now. I don't know if they're going to be around much longer, and I believe Aldi bought them recently, so I don't even know if we're actually going to have them for much longer. But it is a distinctly Southeast thing. So I think it's interesting that that was chosen for this rather than, say, like a Walmart, which people would also know for being more of a low to middle class store that people would go to, but would be more national. So I think it's interesting, specifically choosing Winn-Dixie here. But anyways, it talks about how her mother is going to see her picture on the missing child on the side of the carton, which honestly, we don't do that anymore, right? Missing child pictures on the side of milk cartons, that's an old thing. So it's interesting to have that anachronism in this. But then we go back to this idea of cannibalism being a metaphor for sex. It says, we'll make love in your attic all night. Euphoric in some strange delight. I'm happier here because you told me I should be. You're handsome when I'm all over your mouth. The bridge repeatedly, am I making you feel sick? Even in death, even while being consumed, she still cares about his well-being. To a fault. Now the outro seems to be a message to her mom, carrying back where we were in verse 2. Says, I found you to tell you that I made it far and that I never blamed you for loving me the way you did. While you were torn apart, I would still wait with you there. So don't think about it too hard or you'll never sleep a wink. Don't worry about me and these green eyes, Mama. Just know I love you, and I'll see you when you get here. This feels like it should have been part of Sun-Bleached Flies, and this feels like a really good ending to the album. It's strange that we had this realization and acceptance of death in track 12, and then cannibalism, and then a message to the mom from the afterlife that feels like a natural conclusion. You notice one of these feels like they don't fit tonally, thematically. The cannibalism really is a wild swing here. But that's the ending there. And I think that introducing the mother and her being concerned about her missing child in verse 2 helps this land a little better because it is a strange place for this stanza to be. Like I said, it really does feel like it fits better at the end of track 12. And there's a part of me, it's not my story, right? There's a part of me, though, that kind of wishes that this was in track 12. Maybe the thing about the, was it the Vermont house? Nebraska house. And remembering that first boy might have been a little earlier in the song, and then we can land and finish that song up with the, the letter to the mom, and then wrap the album up. No cannibalism needed. That I think would have worked really well. It still feels like, you know what it feels like? A deleted scene where you can see how it sockets into the larger thing, but it really, putting it on the cutting room floor feels right. There's some tonal imbalances here. It's not a really great fit for the album. It's one of those things. And this feels like the director's cut where it got left in and you're like, yeah, dude, that was kind of cool. But I don't know. Such a bizarre way to end this. But still, to tie it together thematically is wildly impressive. And I can't help but put a smile on my face. Because it's just that kind of like really cheesy, pulpy idea that they pull off with sincerity. And you gotta give them props for that. It just doesn't really fit with everything else. That's the main issue there. So yeah, I guess this wrap, dang, we went over 4 hours. I spent a long time on these lyrics. These lyrics in particular, these last two. I remember looking at the clock thinking, we're not going to make it to 4 hours. We got plenty of time. We'll do lyrics. I'll wrap it up. Here we are, 15 past almost. My voice is getting a little hoarse. I don't know if y'all can hear that. This is a long time to talk about music, but as usual, I'm really glad that we did. There's a lot of fun stuff in here, a lot of heavy stuff, a very cool concept in general. And, like I said, I really enjoyed my time with it. And dude, I don't get experiences like track 9 very often in any media. Just to have a total obliviousness to what is going to happen and to get hit with that twist. It's such a rarity in the internet age. So I will always cherish this not really delightful experience, but I will always cherish this first listening experience. And I'm glad that I got introduced to this, because there is no way I think I would have ever learned about Ethel Cain without doing this channel. There's just no way it would have entered into my normal music intake. So let's wrap this up so I can give my voice a rest. Thank you everyone for listening. I don't know why I started my live stream sign out. Those are my thoughts on Ethel Cain's Preacher's Daughter. Let me know what you thought of this album. If there's anything that stood out to you, anything that you'd like to add on to what I said or correct me on, do you have your own interpretation of things, your own perspective on the album as a whole or any specific track or moment? Anything that you'd just like to add to the conversation, please put any of that and any other thoughts you might have into the comment section. Above that, in the description box, you'll find a link to Linktree. It takes you here. You can find links to my music, ways to support the channel, a link to the Discord server, and so much more. Above that, if you could, like, subscribe, and ring the bell. I greatly appreciate all three of those. All right, that wraps it up for today. I'll be back tomorrow, though, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. UTC, as usual. Until next time, remember to be critical, not cynical, of the music you listen to, and have a fantastic morning, afternoon, or evening, whenever you choose to watch my videos.